How could you be so Your team
Hello and welcome to the grand finals of the North American Squad League. Well, not quite the grand finals, but we have 3 games tonight, and we will be seeing the grand finals at the end. We have some big games tonight, and I think we're starting off with a personally, I think one of the most anticipated games of the series, this Insomniacs versus Team Sexy. Insomniacs is one of the 3 teams that was able to get a win off of Team Sexy throughout the season. So if there's any team that I think has the opportunity of getting this win here, they are definitely up there for that. But before we get any further, I want to introduce my 2 casters today, the wonderful, the great Priv8 Dancer and Exaya. How are you doing tonight, Exaya?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be back. I know that I said that I was no longer casting. However, I wanted to give it another try, give it another shot, so I'm excited to be here.
And you, Priv8?
Oh man, I'm pumped. So we've been sitting here for like the last 2, almost 3 weeks casting these matches, and it's been excitement. And tonight, the finals, and I am just pumped and ready for these matches to kick off.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of energy pent up. You know, we've all been sitting in this caster's desk for the past 30 minutes. All of us, you know, I think all of us are a little bit nervous. It's the finals. We're coming to the close here. Even me, you know, a little on edge, like, how's this going to end? You know, I've seen a lot of comments about, you know, Team Sexy, definitely the favorite, went undefeated the whole season. But I've also seen some people say, you know, they don't want to see Team Sexy lose, but they want to see Team Sexy lose because it would be an epic finish if some other team was able to get the win on them, you know? It's just, those are the moments that are super exciting when a team that you never thought was going to go down goes down.
Right. I'm a part of that boat. I, like, realistically thinking Team Sexy has the better statistic based on, like, how they've been doing for this entire season, but I want to see, like, an underdog team win this season.
Yeah.
Well, nobody really likes to see like squash matches. You want to see those tight-nipped matches, those matches that come right down to the wire. And not to discount, are we going to call them their new name already? Just, are we going to go into it?
New Wave.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, TSU's called New Wave now.
Yep, they went ahead and rebranded. I mean, everything's different about them. Their name, how they played on Thursday, they came in with a vengeance. And I think whoever wins this match between Team Sexy and Insomniacs is going to have an uphill battle with New Wave. Dang it, almost got me.
You're already messing up.
It's definitely going to be weird switching over to that. We have allowed them to do it. TSU going under a little bit of a rebranding, taking new management, and they will now be called New Wave Esports Club. And I think, you know, that's a great point, Priv8. I'm one of the first people to say they were playing like trash at the end of the season. They were not doing well. They were really trying some new compositions, and then I was worried about them. And then we jump into the playoffs, and they 2-0 sweep Deuce Knights. They 2-0 sweep Area 77. And I don't just mean they sweep them, they beat them bad. Like, I'm talking like just ran through them. It was like watching a completely different team play than what we have been watching over the past several weeks.
Right, and so I was surprised. Okay, so I think the previous week of last week, Area 77 actually swept TSU then. However, whenever I heard that TSU swapped against Area 77, that just like astonished me. Those who are asking who New Wave is, that is TSU rebranded.
Wait, I'm sorry?
Hello?
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Oh, so there have been a few people in chat that's been asking who is New Wave. New Wave used to be TSU.
Yeah, so I got a message from their manager a few like 2 days ago saying we're rebranding our team, we're changing how everything looks, yada yada yada, new name, new logo, all of that. And they asked if I could change it. At first we really didn't want to. We didn't want to have to put a new name out. We knew there would be some confusion, but TSU has always been a forthcoming team. They've always made their times. They've always done well. We've been working with them for a while now, 2 seasons plus a tournament. So when they asked for the favor, I had no problem, you know, changing some of the logos, changing some of the things, and I'm excited for them. I think it's a new look. I think it's new. I'm still in the middle ground. I guess in the end, I don't think your name really matters. It's how you compete. And I like to say that New Wave, and I'm going to keep calling them New Wave from now on, will always compete well. So whatever their name is, they will get known. We are just going through possibly maybe doing another ping check here just to figure something out. Try maybe a different lobby. It seems like everyone's having a few issues, but yeah. So, I mean, if you guys had to guess, let's talk about Sexy versus Insomniacs here, Priv8. Do you think this is just a clear sweep from Team Sexy, or do you think Insomniacs possibly takes a win here?
I don't want it to be a clean sweep. I think if anyone, as we were talking about before, if anybody is going to have a chance to beat Team Sexy, it's going to be Insomniacs. They've got a very strong possibility here. But we also have to take into account, like, they were kind of fumbling around. Team Sexy was with that Fanny pick, and that was when Insomniacs pretty much clearly just countered that Fanny pick. They let it come through, countered it, and Team Sexy kind of really had no way to recover from that. But then the other two matches, Team Sexy came back very strong. You've got two sides of that too, just because you have on one side Insomniacs have beat them, and on the other sides Team Sexy knows that this team has beat them before, so they're definitely going to want to try to close those gaps in their gameplay.
Yeah,
I agree. I feel like Insomniacs would have to bring their A game here, especially since they are kind of the underdogs here. Everyone has been rooting for Team Sexy for the win. They are good players. They're best players in NA right now, especially with some BTK members. However, I know that Insomniacs, they have great members as well. It's just, I feel like it won't be a sweep. It'll be a close match, if anything.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see some long matches here, possibly. I got a strong feeling no matter what, we're going to the 3 games here. I think we're going to see some crazy gameplay. One thing I do have to say, though, I've heard Shark talking in Discord saying that he's still got a few tricks up his sleeves.
All right.
He hasn't even really brought some of his aces out yet. So that right there has been, I mean, what more could you bring than a petrified tank Fanny and that you've been ruling the season with? Like, what else do you have to really dominate in these games? And that's something that I think is going to catch possibly Insomniacs off guard, I think they've been playing one way the whole season. So what do you ban? Do you ban that way they've been playing and then get caught off guard by this new composition they bring in? Or, do you try to foresight what they're going to bring? So I think Team Sexy's in a little bit of everyone's heads right now, and it does give them a bit of advantage here in the playoffs.
An advantage, but also a disadvantage because you're trying out a new gameplay.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the season, it might not work out, but we'll see. I'm excited to see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeve.
I think we've talked a little bit about this too before with that mental game that Team Sexy plays, is when they pull out the Fanny or they pull out those out of the box picks and forcing other teams to actually. When you're not actually working towards your own team's composition or what might counter your own team's composition. And honestly, I don't think a team has really kind of has been able to lock that down yet, how to kind of approach this yet with Team Sexy.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are just going to have issues dealing. I mean, yes, they might not have practice, but I just feel like I think it's hard for me to say that, like, whatever they decide to run, they're not going to be prepared for it. Yes, if they are known to get a little bit too crazy, and that is when they have when they've messed up, when they've tried to something, but that's like, I don't think they're going to bring that to tonight's games. I don't think we're going to see, the Kadita tank or Nicolette running on Johnson, or any of those things. I think we're definitely going to see, maybe different than what we've seen during the season, but still some more meta composed compositions from the side of Team Sexy here.
Right. Especially if they want to make it to finals, especially against Insomniacs. I feel like they have to bring their A game, not try any non-meta troll picks, but I doubt they will.
Yeah, it's always something different with Team Sexy, but Insomniacs have been so solid. I feel like this is the team where you're gonna kind of hunker down, maybe stop messing around with those super experimental picks. But we don't know. It's always been something new and fresh from Shark, and then you can't even just. And here's the thing: is we're not even just outside the box picks. They're skilled players, just super aggressive, super talented. Zia has been a menace in that gold lane, and best player on jungle is just it's so many different things coming together and then coming at you at once that makes it so dangerous. And hopefully teams or Insomniacs are up for the challenge here tonight.
Right. So don't get me wrong. Like, I love when teams pick like non-meta heroes, but I feel like since we're already going towards the finals with the best teams in NA, it's probably not a good idea to try that. We'll see. I would love to see anyone like prove me wrong.
Most definitely. Sorry, I'm just trying to get these ping checks, everybody. We are in the finals, so these players want to make sure they're doing their best, and I think Insomniacs want to make sure they're doing their best, so we're trying to figure out exactly how to get everybody happy here. It's going to take just a minute or two, all right?
Yep, not a problem.
How's everyone say while we wait?
So Priv8 or Exia. Let's say we get into third. So let's say we get it. We also have an Area 77 versus the loser of this. So Area 77. Let's just hypothetically Area 77 versus Insomniacs. Insomniacs did beat Area 77 in the beginning of the season. Area 77 lost very, very poorly to TSU. Do you think they stand a chance against Insomniacs here?
Given that their track record at the beginning of the season, probably not. I do like Area 77. I have a few friends that are Area 77. I feel like their synergy, their gameplay is great together. However, against these top teams like Insomniac, New Wave, I'm not sure. Maybe not.
Well, we did see that last week. I think Area 77, didn't they have a substitution in for one of their players? And that probably kind of messed with their synergy a bit, with the cohesion. It did look like they were a little off on on a few of their plays. Kufra, I believe, was a substitute. There was a few engages from Kufra, just shy of his mark when he was rubber banding out there, missing the mark on their jungler and not able to actually get the initiation that Area 77 wanted. So I think if they've closed those gaps, it'll make for a more even. A more even matched game when they come in here for the third place match.
Yeah. I agree, because they can't just blame it just on having substitutions. Whenever you're playing in a serious tournament, in a serious league, your objective as a team is to play with all your members, even your substitutes, so that whenever you do need to substitute someone, pop someone in, it feels like you guys still have the same energy, a synergy with the same top main players on your team.
And that's a great point. Like, you can't just play with those top 5 that you have.
Right.
Something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get sick, depressed, stub their toe on the way to the game. And you have to make sure that those subs that you have in are getting the time that they need with the rest of the team. Otherwise, it's just like playing with a random. Just because somebody's good doesn't mean that you guys, especially at this level, have the synergy with each other. And because, like, it's all about up here. While you can have a shot caller and somebody kind of guiding the team, a lot of times that synergy kind of helps for the stuff that's not said. So you don't have to tell somebody, hey, I'm coming up to gank, because they already know, or they already know what you're planning or how you're planning on coming in. It's just those little things that you kind of have to keep well oiled and fine tuned, even with your I don't want to call them bench warmers if it's like negative, but those people who aren't your top 5.
Your bench
in your
players. I
squad.
mean, it's what they are.
Yeah.
It's just like in a football team, the bench players, and that was a point where that was an exact point that we were making at the playoffs when we saw some of these teams mess. Basic also wasn't able to make his game for the Valley. They lost, and you need if you're not. Especially when you're trying to compete at a pro level or any type of competitive level, you need to make sure your whole lineup is ready to go. And if you lose, there is no blaming that on anyone but the team. There's no. It's Area 77's mess up that they weren't able to get it together. It's the Valley's mess up that they weren't able to get it together. You have to be completely prepared for those moments. And so many teams have had that issues in the past. We've seen it happen so many times. And it's something that I think it's a hard thing to do and a hard thing to manage that much practice, to fit in that extra player, to fit in that extra thing.
Yeah, I agree. But hopefully going forward next season, if these teams decide to compete again, they take that tip into consideration too.
Yeah. So we have done our final ping check. We will be starting this game in just a second, guys. Team Sexy versus Insomniacs. Both teams, full lineups, no mess ups here. I'm hyped. I'm nervous for this game, I
think we all are.
I think everybody's ready. I think this is a game that everyone's been ready for the playoffs. A lot of people, I think, are hype about it. If I said it once and I'll say it again. If there's a team that can possibly beat Insomniacs here, can possibly beat Team Sexy here, I think Insomniacs is the one.
Yeah, a great opportunity here for them to kind of, I guess, give us the best of what they have. This is the playoffs. This is the do or die series here for them. If they lose here, they're gonna be competing for the third place match. But your hopes of that grand prize are kind of null and void. So I'm kind of yeah. I'm kind of hyped. I want to see. Honestly, it's kind of like that. I don't want to say David and Goliath, but when you have a team as strong as Team Sexy is, I'm always loving to see if somebody can come up and match it. And that's where a lot of this anxiety comes from, is I want to see a team that can get up there and to punish them for those mistakes that can make them bleed. To kind of hunker it back down and make everybody kind of make these matches a little bit closer.
Right, and I feel like there's no doubt. I feel like there isn't going to be a sweep here. I love to be proven wrong as always, but I do want to see this game go into best of 3.
Yeah, I think. Well, I really believe it's going to go best of 3 unless Team Sexy just pulls out some complete domination, just completely destroys them. One thing I can say for sure is I don't think Insomniacs is going to sweep Team Sexy. But like I said, the time that they did beat them, they beat them very well. It wasn't a close game. Insomniacs washed Team Sexy completely. So, they do have the skill. Pogi is definitely, in my opinion, one of the best junglers in North America. They definitely have the opportunity, but enough talk. We are going to be starting. This is the real deal. You guys ready for this?
Oh yeah.
I am.
All right, so Team Sexy will have first ban, first pick here. I'm wondering if they're going to target Pogi at all, target Ashley at all. Will we see the Lancelot ban up front? Will we see some of those assassin bans that we know Pogi likes to use? Or are we just going to kind of keep it simple like usual? Take out the Eve, take out the Valentina, some of those things.
I feel like they might just ban the standard meta heroes now. I don't think they're going to target ban yet. I'm not entirely sure, but they did just start off the ban with a Lancelot.
I think that's definitely. Pogi's been a monster on Lancelot this season. Flip it type plays, grab your camera type plays. The man is a monster, a myth. So I think it's definitely a worthy ban for them. And Insomniac's firing back with that Valentina ban private.
Yeah, and just Valentina has just been such a menace on the field so far. It's even with the bans, even with the nerfs that she's gotten just recently, just is still able to output that damage and get that regen back. And then when you're get past all of that, just her ult to be able to take the ult of the opposing players, it throws something so diverse onto the battlefield that it's very hard to cope with and kind of like maneuver around. So it's just easier to kind of like ban her out. That when a very strong XP laner comes out on the side of with Esmeralda being banned out.
Which is honestly...
And then you also have your standard Masha ban too, especially since she is extremely like OP at the moment. She did get a nerf, right?
Yeah, she did get a nerf.
Did nothing to slow her down.
She did get a nerf, but I think a lot of teams are still banning her out. I want to point out, the Esmeralda ban, interesting, because Team Sexy normally likes to front that, put Sir Bossy on that pick immediately, especially when they're up first. Like, if they're up first, that's normally their go-to spot one pick. Sir Bossy locks up the Esmeralda. If Esmeralda isn't on the field, we might see him bring in the Glue or the Yuzong, possibly.
Yeah, and we do still have that Eve up. We still have the Yuzong up. So I'm kind of...
They got
and we still have Fanny. We still have Fanny up. So I'm kind of wondering if... and there... So we got a lot of decent picks still up right now. It looks like a lot of the bans went towards... mostly toward the meta, except for the Glow or the Glue. I'm not really sure what the plan was with...
I'm wondering if they should have given Nicolette that Eve right there. She's been, she definitely has like 100% win rate with that Eve right now, because Team Sexy has already barely lost any games. But what I'm saying is that Eve alone, just in the season between almost every team, has a very high win rate. And even though it got nerfed, it still just holds so much potential and utility on the field, especially in the late game. Defending, attacking, taking towers with the real world manipulation. It just has so much opportunity on the field that I'm surprised that Insomniacs gave that over.
And then you see Insomniacs picking up Fanny, which is something that everyone seems to fear, right?
Yeah. Maybe they just don't want to give it a shark. I don't know.
I am interested to see what kind of counters we can get into this Yi. We still have Yuzong up on the board. We still have a Farja. We still have people with that long range that can still punish her from afar. But like, I think Ashley on this Lilia can still do some decent amount of damage to Yi as soon as she pops her ult, and then get those black boots to get herself back to safety. Just depends on how this is played, because I think it's going to come down to being able to stop this Eve from I guess boxing them in. And there comes the Yuzong.
Yeah, I like the Yuzong. I think we've talked about the Yuzong deals well with the Eve, especially with the Petrify, able to try to zone her off. They did pick up Ashley on this Lilia instead, and with Craxy on the Fanny, there does seem to be a little bit of a lack of CC, like overall hard CC. Yes, you'll get some slowdown with the Lilia and the Ice Queen wand, but overall, just kind of seems like the side of Insomniacs doesn't have any hard CC to deal with whatever Team Sexy is going to decide to bring here, and we know they're a mobile team.
Right, but they're still missing a tank, so maybe Hate will bring out a hard CC tank. Maybe a Kufra?
Definitely.
We are seeing that they are rocking that Petrify on the Fanny. I wonder if that's going to stay like that. So you do have two Petrifies on the side of Team Insomniacs, and then also on the side of Team Sexy, I have a feeling that this Cho was picked specifically to help Eve disengage when she gets dove on by this Yuzong. I want to see how well that kind of comes together for them. But now we're back onto the bans. They took out the Dairoth, which I was wondering about too, because he can be so strong in those close quarter matches, does so much damage, and has actually been like coming up in this last meta. He's been a monster to deal with.
He's made a major comeback, but his major goal has been to counter Esmeralda, and with her banned, I'm wondering if was that a wasted ban? Of course, this Cho, it's the idea is that it's going to Shark. You know, they don't see what we see. That right now Sir Bossy has it. But honestly, I'm wondering, is Sir Bossy going to keep the Cho? And that's why that pick is probably a decent pick, because it is flexible. You can send it to the XP lane. They still have the opportunity to pick a tank if they want, put Shark on the Cho and counter with a different EXP laner. So I do like that pick up early because the flexibility of it, being able to change your comp around in a dire point if they need to. The Ruby getting banned off, I think it's a decent ban. I like the fact that both teams are being patient with this. You can tell there's a lot of thought going into what they want to do here. They know there's a lot on the line right now.
Your team is banned.
And there is still a Wanwan up, and we do know that Zia, even before Wanwan's buffs, just an absolute monster on Wanwan. However, I will say that in the last fights, even though Team Sexy won, it didn't feel like it was because of Wanwan. I didn't really see too many ults that were really coming out that I felt like were game changers or anything like that. So even though Wanwan has gotten those little bit of buffs, it didn't really seem like she had the impact that she usually does in these matches.
They call me a hero.
Definitely not.
Your team is
How about the Franco ban becoming so like so Franco and Dyroth, I feel like even overseas in MPL right now, like they've just become two heroes that I felt like were complete garbage for a long time, have recently just made this huge comeback into the meta. And a lot of players have been making me believers. I mean, after I saw it over here, I'm watching some MPL games, and I'm seeing these heroes get banned and picked, and I'm like, what is going on right now? How is this becoming such a... And I mean... And me and Ebor, when we were casting, he was like, they're making me Franco believers, man. These guys are really like landing the hooks, making the ultimates count, especially Shark and several other players. Some of these, you know, high tier tank players, they make that Franco a beautiful pick.
Maybe I'm the odd one out that does not think Franco or Dyroth is a ban-worthy hero. I feel like, especially with Dyroth, maybe it's just me.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a good EXP hero to be banning, or to be playing at least in this meta.
Well, it's definitely true. He only became popular because he's able to deal with Esmeralda in the end game. He's able to slow her. Like, it doesn't work against Uranus. It doesn't work against other bulk heroes because Uranus has the Consecration ultimate. He can get out of CC. But Dyroth is able to slow down and lock down Esmeralda enough and burst her down, and then with the lifesteal, he can keep up. That was literally like his sole purpose in rising up the meta. Some players overseas figured it out. Then some players here figured it out. But like I said, Esmeralda's not on the field, so I don't think he's I don't think that was really an amazing ban personally.
I understand where, because like I had the same apprehension. I feel like he can do a lot 1v1, but in team fights he kind of falters. There's not a lot that he can be doing in team fights. However, what you also have to factor in is not only is he bullying that lane, he's able to clear very quickly. So when you have a fight going on and your lane is still pushing, and Dyroth is able to rotate down to meet that 5v4 while you're stuck trying to deal with your lane, it does become a little bit of a hassle for your team. So I mean, it's all on the skill of how they're played. Franco is about the same way too. Though you can get those menaces that are going to be pulling your buff every 2 minutes or harassing you in your jungle, and still able to get out with that passive movement speed that Franco gets. But a lot of teams can usually close ranks around him very quickly. Like I said, it's all about how your team supports it and how they're played. And I mean, we've seen a lot of skilled players use these characters that were thought to be like kind of maybe like B or C tier and move them up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of heroes do just become popular because of other picks that are popular. But you know, the Franco ban does look makes a little bit more sense now with the Claude and the Fanny pick. You know, Claude tries to jump in, he gets locked down by that Franco ultimate.
Right.
It's GG, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also a little questionable about this Claude pick overall. He hasn't done too great. Yes, it's not a horrible pick, but with blade armor and so many of these things that have gotten boosted up, Claude's honestly, I just feel like Claude's gotten worse, and he already wasn't the most amazing pick in general.
Well, given that their comp right now, who do you think has early game and who do you think has late game?
Private?
Early game, I'm definitely going to have to give it to the damage that Ashley and this Fanny are going to be able to put out up top. But it's like right now, just with this Kufra and this Cho, I feel like that Yves is just going to be able to run rampant on them. They've got a lot of disengaged, a lot of just surprise, especially with Shark. Shark is not going to be missing any of his. I already forgot what it's called. Is it Tyrant's Revenge? Tyrant's Revenge, the one that pops him up.
Oh, I think that is Tyrant's Revenge or something. But hold on, look at Shark right now, keeping up. I like the fact that Hate is really defending. They know the aggression's going to come. So Insomniacs is prepared for this. They know how aggressive Shark can be. They know how aggressive Nicolette can be. They know that Team Sexy wants to get in your jungle. They want to slow Pogi down, and they're ready for that. They're ready for that right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, I want to see how the mobility matches up here with the Claude, with the Lilia. Are they going to be able to get around Shark, or is Shark just going to be like honing in on them? Because that's really what's going to matter here, especially with Claude's ult.
Yeah, we have a bit of engage on the bottom. Hate taking some damage. Sir Bossy and Best Player force him out. Gala re-engaging a little bit. Doesn't use the Petrify. Decides to back off. Just keeping it patient. But at this point, some of Team Sexy a little low health. I don't know if they're going to be quite ready to contest for this turtle. But it looks like Insomniacs doesn't want to be the first one to engage either.
It looks like they are keeping their eyes on the jungle, especially on the turtle area, because they are planning to set up for that.
Yeah, fortunately, they had the backup too, and they really weren't ready, because that would have been a perfect opportunity to go ahead and take advantage of Team Sexy backing. And Insomniac still kind of like, I want to say, like, still dipping their toes in the water here, not wanting to make the first mistake against Team Sexy. And I mean, I can't blame them. You want to make sure that you're playing your safe game, you're steadfast, and playing to your win conditions.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful for that, man. You know, like, I think a lot of teams come in scared of Team Sexy, and they don't want to play too aggressive in the beginning. They don't play their normal game. They play a bit safer. They play a bit different. But I think the only way you're really going to beat them is if you treat them like any other team you're going against and play the aggressive game that you want to play, or aim for the late game. But I just don't feel like they have a super late game comp right now.
No, definitely not. The Fanny's going to start falling off around mid game, and I want to say like Yuzong around late game is going to start getting bursted down. It's going to be such a risk for him to go in on that Black Dragon form to the team that's just gonna hone in on him. So we're kind of losing time for Insomniacs to be playing to their advantage here, and still kind of everybody going with these very measured attacks, very
they're playing very patient. I'm surprised that Team Insomniacs did not try to engage with the turtle first, especially since they have so much mobility.
But here comes Cal. Does get the Petrified. Misses the knockup. Getting kicked up by Sir Bossy. Hate with the Numenon Blast. Not quite able to lock down anyone. But Best Player will go down. Praxi able to come in and get that first blood. So yes, they lose the turtle. No, they get the turtle. Did they? I missed that.
Sexy, I'm pretty sure Team Sexy got the turtle.
Team Sexy gets the turtle, but they get the kill. An even trade overall, I feel like, Exia.
Even trade, however, their jungler did die, and I think this is one of the most important roles in this meta, their jungler. So they're kind of behind. In a way. In a way, for sure.
Yeah, and you saw that as soon as the Black Dragon went off and came in onto Best Player, right away, Sir Bossy was there to go ahead and kick him away with that Way of the Dragon. So, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how these 5x5s go with these team fights, because there's going to be a lot of disengage and a lot of risk for the Yuzong here.
Yeah, but I think that's send him in. But what I have to also say is Insomniacs answered back so well. You had Craxy, who knew this was coming, flew down on those cables from the EXP lane.
Right, exactly.
And so we have both teams making counter plays in these small seconds of time, able to think on their feet. So right now, I mean, what? Team Sexy, slight gold lead. Only one death on the map at 5.5 minutes. Both teams really feeling this out. But wait, a nice stun onto Shark. Pogi doing a little bit of damage. The Numenon Blast locked up. Able to get the flicker. Shark will go down here. Nicolette may also. Ashley under the tower. Knows she has those black shoes. Pops them. Pogi able to get the kill. This is going to put them at 4-0. Not only that, but in the top lane, Kraxi getting a kill on to Zia. Now locking into best player. He's trying to get away. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. Sir Bossy coming in, but Galley here to push even farther with the Petrify onto Sir Bossy. A huge Insomniacs coming into play. 5-0, turning their gold deficit into a 2K gold lead, Private.
Yeah, this is that aggression we were talking about. This is what you want to do. You want to find that opening. They locked on the Shark, able to take him down, and then caught Nicolette as well with that Lumial Blast. I'm gonna mess that up every single time. And then after that, able to take down the mid turret and then race down to be able to catch up to best player. Beautiful engagement, beautiful kills on their side, and still also collecting up with the objectives, not just empty kills.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, I think there was kind of a misplay there. I feel like Shark should have used that first kill. I mean, I feel like he maybe thought he could definitely get away, but I thought he was going to engage. Oop, in the top, we do have a kill on the Kraxi. I thought he was going to engage on the Lolita and stop the ultimate.
That's what I thought too.
But he went for the runaway and gets caught by the flicker. So definitely kind of a misplay from him there, huh, Xayah?
Well, what I wanted to point out was that best player did escape with a sliver of health. However, Sir Bossy on Cho did end up having to zone them out and ended up dying for best player instead.
Hold on, look at Kraxi coming in the bot, gets the kill onto best player once again. Sir Bossy Shark trying to slow them down, hits that ball. Keeps them. Now they're onto him though. They leave Sir Bossy and they get the kill onto Shark. Insomniacs playing one hell of a game right now.
Right now, it seems like Team Sexy is trying to help zone out some of their teammates while they escape. However, that kind of puts them at a disadvantage because they end up dying themselves.
I mean, kind of.
Yeah, it comes down to trading who you want to die. Do you want your damage dealer to die, or would you rather your tank? And I think Shark's pretty much used to sacrificing himself for his team here.
But Cho actually escaped that team fight, so Shark didn't need to have to engage. Cho has so much mobility, so I don't think it was necessary for Cooper to even engage to help with that disengagement.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time in a while, it's almost looking like Team Sexy is a little nervous, you know, like maybe not, maybe there's, you know, I don't know what's going on, but definitely making some, hate with the Numenon Blast, does use the flicker, misses it though. Zia locking on to Ashley, not quite able to get all those weak points though. Zia may go down here. Gala doing a full-fledged attack, she's not able to get the ultimate. Zia will go down. Gala does bite the bullet though, but members of Team Sexy are just following best player, trying to re-engage, not quite able to catch up to Kraxi with those cables. So again, Insomniacs take the win in that team fight. A 3-for-2 trade, Private.
Oh my god, and it looks like they're going to engage on Shark. Just trying to face check that bush and catching a face full of bombs from Ashley. Yeah, and it's amazing. I think we talked about this before with TSU during the season games, just having trouble when they were on their back foot. And it seems like they might actually...
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Best player. Just not
Fanny
having a
offlane, Fanny tank. People shouldn't even Fanny jungle anymore. It's a thing of the past, man. It's a thing of the past.
Yeah, she pretty much fits in all roles now. But yeah, they on their back foot, they're just having a lot of trouble right now trying to like get back their composure and get to their game plan instead of just getting caught.
Alright, so we do have the turtle up right now. Pogi melting down, and they're zoning away Shark. The rest of Team Sexy does not want to try to contest for this. Insomniacs will get the first Lord as they continue to roll over in this game. We got a goal lead of around 5,000 right now. This is not a spot I don't think we have ever seen Team Sexy this whole season.
Right.
Oh, a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like they are jumping onto this Fanny here, but she is able to cable away quickly. Ashley and Hate here I guess trying to provide some backup, but disengaging here. Shark goes in, and looks like we might actually have an engagement here. Nope, they're seconding off. I guess they're smartly. I think they know where they are right now. I think they know they're behind, and they know that they're not going to be able to win any types of fights where they don't have a significant like advantage in the numbers. So they're just kind of backing off and waiting for the next mistake.
Yeah, they definitely have some late game potential with Zia on this Wan and everything. Shark will get tanky. They do have the potential to make one big set and turn a game around. And I like the fact that they're playing safe right now. They're not like other teams who risk it. You know, they know Lord's coming. We give them this tier 2 tower and we try not to lose an inhibitor here. But the Lord is getting closer, brought down to about half health. Gala making the engage along with Hatsuma on blast. A nice flicker on the best player. Hey, trying to come in. Gala with the Petrify on to Nicolette. Does get way of the dragon though, knocked back, but they just can't seem to stop him. He is hitting hard right now. The rest of Insomniac's closing in. Will they lock on to this inhibitor? Craxy with the Petrify, almost getting the finish. Sir Bossy forced a flicker away. The rest of the team trying to come in. Best player moving in, able to get the kill on to Hate. Gala will go down next. Best player on a killing spree, takes out Ashley. A nice triple kill. Will he keep pushing forward? Craxy though, look at him in this bush. Needs to be careful.
That's exactly what Team Sexy needed in order to turn that game around. Insomniacs did overextend there. However, let's see if they can recollect as a team. They still are ahead in gold. They are still ahead in turrets. They're still winning in team fights. However, that engagement for Insomniacs was kind of tough.
Yeah, it's a morale breaker for sure, especially when you think you have the game, because like they went on like they were going to break down the core, and I can tell you that, especially it's easy from the caster's desk to see this when you're looking at the entire map and you see what's going on. We knew that they weren't going to be able to take it, but when you got the smell of blood, especially against a team like Team Sexy, I think that was just a small mistake, and hopefully they can make up for it.
Hold on, here the blast will land on several members. Zia with that bow though, able to connect, but she will go down to Pogi possibly. A nice kick from Sir Bossy. Pogi able to get the kill, flicker back, getting the outplay. Sir Bossy goes down. This, I mean, I can't. He's making me my words. I thought Claude was going to be a bad pick here, and Pogi is just ripping it. 5-1-3 right now. This man is playing like a god, not letting us down at all, keeping the excitement in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is, but like I'm gritting my teeth when these fights are going off, and Claude was in there with like just a hair of health. I'm just like, oh my god! And he's still able to be able to quickly teleport away, get himself to reposition, and still put on the damage and get away scot-free. And this Lord actually going down again.
The Lord so fast. In comes that blazing duet, taking out best player. And Hate also doing a great job. But wait a second, Tyrant's Rage does get missed. Shark in a bad position now. Sir Bossy trying to get the distance, but Pogi just keeps resetting themselves back. Gala now pushing forward, may be able to get the kick a nice way of the dragon, but Pogi gets the mega kill, and now he's coming in. He's hungry. Shark misses the first kill. He may go down. Pogi with another kill. No, Ashley collects it. Zia, though, will pay the price. Nicolette all on her lonesome. The base will go down, and Insomniacs take game 1. Holy cow, guys.
Yeah, that...
Victory!
Man, I don't even know what to say. That Claude, like you were just saying, like I was kind of a little skeptical about that Claude playing too, but like just him being able to, his mobility and being able to readjust where he is on the battlefield played such a role for a lot of these fights, being able to like to just stay up in their faces, and just when you thought you had the Claude dead, he'd go ahead and what is it? Battle mirror image, is that what it is? To use that to get away and then reposition himself and still put on damage. And even like there was so many points. I think I saw one ult from Zia as well that got off and didn't really do too much damage, and then he was just cleaned up quickly. They really like the target focus on the side of Team Insomniacs was off the chart, was perfect.
And they all played, I mean, every member of Insomniac, even though for some reason Craxy gets the silver here with 5-1-1, every member played well. Hate with some of those final zonings for that Lord, buying a bit more space, keeping Shark at bay, keeping Nicolette at bay. Just overall, man, Insomniacs was a well-oiled machine, and Team Sexy just didn't seem as well-oiled as they always do.
Well, I just want to point out, Pogi is MVP, and it is well deserved. We did point out that he was low on health, especially in that last team fight before Lord. However, I did notice, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I noticed that he used Wind of Nature whenever Zia was targeting on him, and that's how he was
got the outplay.
Even stay alive. Yes, exactly. So that was a phenomenal gameplay from Insomniacs. They are the, I guess, the underdogs in this league in comparison to Team Sexy. However, I think it was a well-deserved win. That was a good turnaround. Not a good turnaround, sorry. That was a good
sweep.
landslide.
I mean,
sweep in that round.
Yeah, there wasn't even a point in that match except for when Team Insomniacs had messed up on the final push.
Right.
Like,
and so they did recollect. They did recollect after that, I guess, fight towards their base. However, they're
match on the board. I mean, and I had a feeling, like I said it. Insomniacs is one of the teams that I think can bring it, and they are definitely bringing it, so I'm not let down. Let's not waste any time. Let's jump into game 2. Insomniacs will have first band, first pick here. Oh,
Your team
there we go.
is banning.
So I'm just gonna say that any player that Rex has said, or any character that he's said that he doesn't really like the pick, doesn't really feel like it might be well in here, has done phenomenal.
They always think he might win. Not always. Not always. Not always. It's good. I'm glad that they proved me wrong, because that, I mean, like I said in the beginning, I don't want to see a sweep here. I want to see some exciting gameplay. It is the playoffs, man. Like, these are supposed to be the best of the best. We should be seeing them battle it out. So the question is, will Team Sexy make a huge comeback here? Are we going to see a long game? Are we going to see Team Sexy just come strong? But I mean, they just got beat with the Eve with some of these really strong picks for them, so it's looking a little rough right now.
At this point, sorry, go ahead.
I was just about to say, like, and interesting enough, Sexy batting out the Fanny that time, not wanting to deal with it. And yeah, just like they not only got beat, but got beat with some pretty strong picks on their side as well. Comfort picks, no less. The Wan for Zia and Yves for Nicolette. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to that, and if they have a game plan here to work around this, especially since Insomniacs have the first pick here.
And so what do they pick? Do they lock in the Eve for themselves this time? The Esmeralda's open this time. A lot of things are on the table for them. The Fanny will be gone. Ashley, he's going to lock in that Eve. Definitely a prio pick. But even then, look at her just like, do we really want this? We just beat them with this. Do we give this to them and try to beat it again? You know, that's the question right now.
No way they go for it.
She's trolling.
You private.
Leave that one to you. Give us the lowdown.
I love me a Cyclops, but I don't think he's a good pick for team fights and professional play here. He's got such a bad early game to be coming back from. I think they're definitely going to go with that Eve. Oh no! All right, so I think this is to kind of ward off those long distance mage picks and those backliners. So they're trying to kind of like not really bait, but try to like negate some of those picks on the side of Team Sexy here.
Yeah, and it's a safe pick. It's a safe prio pick. Like, there's not a whole lot to deal with him. He's just a good, solid... He's kind of like picking the Esmeralda up front, you know, just a nice EXP laner. You're not showing anything too crazy. You don't have to worry about picking the Eve and getting countered immediately, but it looks like they don't care about that. They're literally locking almost the same exact... So far, same comp as last time.
I'm just surprised that they decided to block in Eve and Cho, especially since they did lose horribly that match. But we'll see what other heroes or even gameplays that they decide to bring in this game so that they can at least win around for Team Sexy.
Is that going to be? Pick. Yeah, is that going to be a roam Ruby? Here?
Yeah, definitely a tank Ruby. And this is what the tank Ruby is actually what was Team Sexy's downfall in the game that they lost in the season. There was just this beautiful I'm offended hook that took out that, like, they were able to get like a 3 or 4 man sweep, and Insomniacs won the game off of that Ruby. So I think it's also a good pick to counter the Chow when he tries to come in. So Insomniacs bringing answers to everything that Team Sexy picks. They bring counters in, and that's what I like to see.
Your team is banning.
And then taking away that Lolita pick from Insomniacs. And Lolita has been such a strong pick, especially in the hands of. Wait, this is gonna go into Shark's hands? I'm sure it's Lolita.
They gotta swap it.
But like even as we were seeing with some of New Wave's comps on Thursday, Lolita not just because she can block. It's no longer just against marksman, but especially with that passive shield that she offers, that Numio blast that she can throw out there to pretty much incapacitate an entire team. It's become a big prio roam pick here in NA.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely Lolita's just a good pick. I think she's always been a decent pick. There's just been other tanks that can kind of supply the same capabilities. But also now that people are actually practicing with her, learning how to time that ultimate, learning how to position it from bushes, flicker out of the way. Like, we're just seeing the whole new light of her and how much more popular. And I do think it's a decent pick. It's going to limit Pogi. Does he want to go for a marksman here? If she can use that bulwark shield correctly, Ashley's not going to be able to use that dark ult from Lunox as well, as long as the Lolita can be positioned well.
Something that I do want to point out is that, especially with Insomniac's frontline with the Yuzong, also with the Ruby, I feel like it would be really hard for Lolita to even have a base set, especially with her ulti right there.
True.
Well,
yeah,
it's definitely going to be. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is going to be a lot of. You're going to be kind of split because it's definitely going to be used. That Lumio Blast is definitely going to be used in conjunction with that real world manipulation. So you're going to have two targets that you're kind of aiming for, and it's going to come down to communication on the side of Insomniacs. Make sure that they're both splitting up. They both know who their targets are, and they're not both focusing the same person during those team fights, so that they can upset that CC and the real world manipulation from Nicolette.
I think that Ruby's just gonna be hell for the side of Team Sexy, man. And exactly, you brought up such a good, like, for you to land those Noonan blasts, like, he's gonna have to be very clever, sneaky. It's gonna be like everyone needs to come from a bush. He's never going to be able to do them like mid-team fight unless they time out the skills very well. Is Cracks again? Oh my. The Phoveus pick.
Against the Harith.
Against the Harith, against the Chow. I mean, this looks rough for Team Sexy right now, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you were talking about if Lolita was going to be able to get these Lumio Blasts from the prime positions, but we are talking about Shark on Lolita, not just any average person on Lolita. But then of course we see this Phoveus pick into the Harith, or into the whole team except for freaking Nicolette here. It's they're gonna have some issues. I don't even see an answer for Phoveus.
The Kimmy's wouldn't be a horrible pick to deal with Phoveus, but the thing is she has to worry about, like, that's the only thing she's gonna do very well against here. Everyone else is gonna be on her nonstop. Like, she can kite him, she doesn't have to use her dash. She could kite the Phoveus and keep her distance from it and just keep shooting, But the problem is you have Pogi who's going to be coming in, you have Ashley who's going to be coming in, Kimmy's not a very long range marksman. And you have Hate on this Ruby who, again, like, you're going to have to get kind of close to do damage, and you're going to have to watch out for everyone else that's going to pounce in.
But on the side of Team Sexy, they do have good heroes that can zone, especially with Eve. Also with Kimmy, with the what's that slow item? Ice Queen Wand. That is always a core staple item for Kimmy. Also good to getting team disengaged from team fights. But like looking at Insomniacs right now, 3 fighters. I want to choose who has the better comp right now. I'd say Insomniacs.
We do have a pause from the side of Team Sexy real fast. We're going to jump back to the caster's desk until we figure it out. But it would, I mean, even though they have the 3 fighters, though, like, it's so much of it counters Team Sexy, I feel like. So,
I was just about to say, too, they have
one of the fighters is a mage fighter. You know, still does magic damage.
And I was about to say, too, you have 3 fighters there, but only one of them is really kind of like a melee, just gonna sit in your face type of fighter. You have Yu Zong here and Phoveus that can basically dive into your back line and pretty much reposition themselves anywhere that they want to. So it's gonna be an uphill battle here for Team Sexy. Man, are we gonna see a sweep here? Because this comp, I'm in favor of Insomniac's comp right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely are. We are jumping back into this game now, and I mean, of course, it is Team Sexy. I mean, we're looking at some and we know that all they need is one big play. They do have some nice endgame potential here with the Harith. We know the damage he can output. We know if Nicolette can go death-free here, Eve can also have some a nice mid-game spike and some nice plays. But are they going to be able to catch them with that real manipulation? You know, and is it going to matter if Ruby gets it? Hold on, Pogi taking a bit of damage, maybe a little overextended, going to dash through that wall. Shark not able to lock him down. Ashley here to help out, zone away. And we do, for this game, we're seeing Insomniacs be a bit more aggressive for once.
Hopefully that doesn't try to bite them in the ass later, because I know that if they do get a little caught from that win, that could cost them game.
It's true.
Yeah, but honestly, if you're not cocky, but if you are going to be aggressive, after a win is the time to do it. Once you have them reeling a little bit, once you know that there is a little chink in their armor there, that you can start being aggressive. They are starting to get a little bit more confident. I don't want to call it cocky, confident now in their ability right now.
I agree. I think, but I think we see a similar game to last time, and kind of patiently, we do have a pick on Serbasi, a nice petrify. Serbasi forced to use the flicker to get away. He's going to be recalling back to base. So Gala really just giving the works to Serbasi right now. Turtle is coming up. Hate giving some zoning, keeping tabs on it. And we might see a bit of a 4v4 here, right down here in the bottom. Who do you think takes the first turtle here?
Honestly, it's going to depend on how this engagement goes. We do see Nicolette that already has the real world manipulation. Gala might be caught, but No is actually able to safely get away. Ugh.
That was
so
close.
With that looks like it actually might be a turtle on the side of Team Sexy here.
Team
Texy.
Team Texy.
Yeah, I think a bit of I think you don't always expect that real world manipulation, and also best player able to zone in, but wait, Pogi with a beautiful turtle steal. He is going to pay the price for this, though. Can he dash away, able to come through that wall? Ashley getting the kill on it. Serbasi, I mean, just an insane turnaround from Insomniacs. The outplay right there. Poggy able to go in, steal the turtle, and then right before he dies, Hate is there to save the day and actually put 2 kills into the hands of Insomniacs.
Exactly. So Insomniacs are in the lead right now, especially with the turtle steal and also with the 2 kills.
Yeah, absolutely amazing there. He went ahead, was able to steal the turtle, looked like he was actually going to pay for it with his life, able to dash out of it. And then, while all Team Sexy was in that little turtle cave, paid for it with 2 members.
I mean, I did not expect that. I thought it was going to be a bad thing for Pogi. And hold on, Zia taking some damage. In comes that ultimate from Phoveus, but Ashley gets the kill. Sharp with the Numenal Blast. He's going to get it stunned, but in comes Craxy doing a little bit of damage, able to create space for Ashley. Nicolette zoning, coming in, keeping some space, but still, Team Sexy is on the backboard here.
Yeah, they are just having some real trouble finding their engagements right now. I think it's starting to get to them. Like I said, on their back foot right now. They're not able to find the openings. They're not able to find those singles out. Best player just gets caught with another Petrify.
Petrify will pay the price. Gala and that tribe was just waiting. Serbasi maybe next. A nice I'm offended. Ashley coming in, doing a bit of damage. Not quite able to get the finish, but they're going to cut this lane. And here comes Pogi around the side. They're going to push hard. Serbasi needs to find a way out of this position. Is going to try to get the kick. Not quite able to. Nice way of the dragon onto Pogi, but he may pay the price for this. Gala coming in, zoning him away, force use that flicker, and they're going to take the first tower of the game here, Priv8.
Yeah, we're seeing like what I've come to expect from Team Sexy is well, it's not what I'm seeing right now. It's usually you got those 3-man rotations into like a 4-man gank into the side lanes, but right now we're just seeing them get caught. They're spread, they're caught, they're not able to macro up right now, and it looks like they're just having trouble finding the targets that they want.
Something that I want to point out right now is that I've noticed from last game, best player kept on getting picked off pretty early on as their jungler, and that might be like the reason why their game might be costed here.
Yeah, and Traxon needs to be careful not to play too aggressive there. And first game, I don't think best player did horrible. It was Shark and Nicolette were getting caught off in the beginning, and this time it seems to be him. And they just swayed. Gala with a nice knock-up on a best player. Best player maybe going down once again. He is closing in. Gala able to get the kill and get away safely. This is rough. And every time, they're, like you said, exactly, they're finding the weak point, they're finding the kink in their armor, and they are exposing it. And the last game, I felt like Shark and Nicolette weren't doing amazing in the early. This time, best player sitting at 0 and 3. Hate does miss that I'm offended, but Insomniac's just on fire these past 2 games.
Yeah, and you were even talking about it during the draft. That Kimmy pick, might do well against the Phoveus, but as far as the rest of the team is concerned, they're going to be able to like hone in on him and just and crumble him. That's been the story of this entire match. Best player is just getting knocked around. It's safe nowhere for him right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. And then look at Hate coming in. Does flip the I'm offended onto Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Shark with a Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill onto Hate. Nice counterplay coming from Team Sexy there. Finally making a decent play on the map, but they're still losing towers around elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the second time that Insomniacs have been kind of baited in for a fight that they didn't want. The first time was when Craxy kind of was using that ult onto Shark when they had 3 players in the tower. I didn't really see the use of that, and then he ended up getting killed for it. And it looks like Gala actually might be engaged here.
They gotta be careful here. Team Sexy knows how to bide their time and wait for those mistakes, so Insomniacs needs to, stay on their P's and Q's, or else Team Sexy can turn this game around very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's only about 1,000 gold lead on the time of on the side of Insomniacs, even though it is 6-3. So they are catching up. Team Sexy is, so they do need to start being careful, kind of get back to their plan, get back to their grouping, because they are being picked off here a little bit.
I think they need to just maybe run a bit more of a pocket formation here. Don't split up, because Gala's going to need as a movement. But the problem with that is then they're losing in the macro. Like what's happening now, they're losing towers on the side lanes. Their EXP lane completely pushed in right now. So it's a hard answer. It's definitely a hard answer here to Insomniacs.
Insomniacs, they did increase the gold lead by 3K, but it's not that much. Team Sexy is not that far behind. They could still recover from this game.
Definitely a possibility to recover. I mean, it is. Wait a second. Best player with the Petrify. Shark trying the Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offended onto Shark. They take that tower. Zia now coming around the side, but Ashley there with the Dark Ult. Able to get the kill onto Nicolette. Coming onto Shark. Ashley is a fed monster right now. 4-0. We've seen her on this Lunox before, and she is not disappointing in this game either.
Yeah, they had a lot of faith in that mid tower. Team Sexy did, even though it was like a sneeze away from dying. Because I would have backed off that for a little bit too, because that wasn't really going to be providing you any defense there. And what Insomniacs did, what they were supposed to, is it went ahead and took that out really quickly, and then engaged and pushed on to Team Sexy with a vengeance there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Ashley is doing very well on Lunox, especially since Lolita does counter her, especially with her second skill with her shield, but she has secured already 4 kills.
Yeah, I mean, I think once that's going to be a major problem for them. And, you know, it's one of the reasons I think the Esmeralda wasn't picked because of Ashley on this Lunox, why they didn't go for too many bulky heroes here. She just shreds through those. And now, with, I mean, normally Lunox is a bit more late game, but with her at 4 kills at 9 minutes, I want to take a quick look at the items and the gold. I mean, she's second highest gold on the team right now. She's got her core in. She's working. She's got the Lightning Truncheon. She's got the Clock of Destiny. She is definitely on the road to just be possibly MVP this game, just completely leading the whole team.
Yeah, and we're talking about gold leads not being that big of a difference between them, but it can be, especially if all of that gold, 2K of it, is on Poggy right now over Team Sexy.
Yeah,
like, he has been farming his life up. So as soon as he starts joining into these team fights, I think he's going to be a menace.
I mean, so the question is, can Team Sexy, you know, what is it going to take for Team Sexy to bring this game to the hands? This is it. This is all on the line. We're on game 2, and Insomniacs has the lead. If they want to bring this to a game 3, what is the opportunity here?
I feel like they might have to just pick off a hero one by one, or just wait for Insomniacs to mess up again. I don't know.
I was just about to say, they've been having better success. They've been having better success once they're rotating like this, and this kind of this 4 and then a 1 out type of strategy here. But right now, they're being punished for it because Insomniacs is just out rotating them and out macroing them.
Ooh, wait a second, nice way of the dragon though onto Hate, but Gallant's here to help out. Will get the kill onto Zia, and down goes best player also. Gala, just a monster. Craxy with the ultimate under the tower, wanting to do some damage. Nicolette may go down. He is going to get stunned from Shark under the fountain. A little too deep this time, Craxy. But you bought time for the Lord to break that inhibitor down, and this is what we saw him do last time. Yes, he took the death on the Fanny, but or we saw, you know, we see them sometimes over-engage, but it's always for a reason. We now have Pogi working on this middle inhibitor, and look how much they're getting out of this Lord. Shark trying to defend, will get it stunned on to Gala. Sir Bossy coming in to get the kill. Zia now on the prowl. A nice way to drag it on to Pogi, but Hate is here to respond back, and Zia and Sir Bossy will go down. Ashley just comes in to help finish it off.
The thing that I want to point out is that this is like the same kind of move that Insomniacs did the last game. However, they weren't aggressive at the base. Last game they did lose, I think, 3 players, right? This round they just lost 2, and like they did lose a few heroes.
Well prepared for that recourse from Team Sexy, because they learned from it last time where they got wiped out 3 players and didn't have an answer for it. This time they still lost 3 players, but they were still able to answer back and protect the rest of those players during the retreat, and just got their money's worth out of that last Lord. Like 1 inhibitor left on the side of Team Sexy, and not a single tower in their favor right now.
Oh, and hold on, Hate maybe a little overextended, does try to come in, but here's Ashley to help out, hits that light mode ult. Craxy around the side, locked on to Zia, gets the kill. Gally in the back line will get kicked by the way of the dragon, but still able to get the kill on to Best Slayer. 3 members down, make that 4. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any minions to push. The death counters aren't too high. Can the side of Team Sexy defend this? Nicolette does not have that real world manipulation. Here comes the minions. Team Sexy getting right here. This is it.
They are mortal.
Will take the game.
Wow, and we all said that they weren't going to sweep.
I said it. I did. I didn't think it was going to happen, guys. I didn't think it was going to happen.
Nor deny that
I'm
I said that they were going to sweep.
I'm just surprised. Well, I'm pretty sure we're all surprised that Insomniacs swept this game, especially against the undefeated team this season, Team Sexy. But I'm really happy, not gonna lie. I like to root for the underdogs.
Yeah, it's such a great composition by their side. They outpicked Team Sexy, like pretty flat out. Even with them going on to their comfort picks with that Lolita on Shark, Zia was on Wanwan the game before. They had an answer for it, and this is what we were talking about with Team New Wave on Thursday. How they dealt with Area 77. It wasn't even like a pre-made comp. It was almost like it was completely based off of Area 77's pick. They just had an answer for every single pick, and then once it got to the game, like there was no doubt about it here. And this game particularly, with Team Sexy versus Insomniacs, this second game right here, it felt like almost all of the forward motion coming from Team Sexy was only because of a mistake by Insomniacs. So it was basically Insomniacs making Team Sexy play their game.
I'm still just in shock, honestly. But yeah, I mean, normally we've seen Insomniacs do this. We've seen plenty of teams do it, just constantly having. Normally, Team Sexy does it well. They answer back in the draft, and I think we talk about games being decided in the draft, and that's what I feel like happened in both of those games. Insomniacs, the Ruby pick, the Phoveus pick was just to really seal in the deal, and there was nothing that Team Sexy could seem to do about it. I mean, I think all the viewers, the whole fan base, the casters, everyone is in shock by what we just saw. Insomniacs going to the finals, though. But honestly, I don't want to take away from Insomniacs saying things like that. This is a well-deserved win. And they weren't a team that was counted out from the very beginning. After watching them play throughout the season, I definitely felt like they could make it, and they have proved that they can. They're going to the playoffs to face up against New Wave.
Yeah, it's something to be said too about, like, it was like I was saying before about what I see usually from Team Sexy, those 3-man rotations into like a 4-man gang. They started doing that around mid game, and they were starting to have mild success with it. But on the back end of that, what Team Insomniacs ended up doing was splitting up a little bit more, making sure that they were macroing up. All those kills were starting to get punished with towers. It was like the perfect plan for what they had seen Team Sexy doing before, and that's basically what you do have to do against like those death ball type groupings, is to try to out macro them to get those towers on the other side of the lane.
Yeah,
in chat right now, and someone says rigged game, but we should give Insomniacs the respect they deserve, because that was a well played sweep for them.
Rigged. Imagine thinking, hey man, I get it. There's the fans out there. I feel
right.
I'm just as surprised what just happened. Like, but I said it, man. I said it in the very beginning that if there was a team that was going to beat Team Sexy, it was going to be Insomniacs, because I've watched them play. I've seen them do what they do. They have a star-studded team right now. You got the jungler from Area 77. You have Ashley, who I consider to be, one of the top mages in NA right now, up there with the Eugens, up there with Nicolette, up there, and she just continues to prove herself. Not only that, but every member of Insomniacs played well tonight. There wasn't any of the, it's hard to choose an MVP. It's one of those times when you watch a game and you're just like, man, they all made important plays in both of those games. There wasn't a moment that any of them did not contribute, and Team Sexy just didn't seem to be on their A game tonight.
Hopefully they can do well against Area 77 later tonight.
Yeah, they're supposed to be up next, so I think everyone's gonna, they need to take a breather. We're not gonna expect them to just jump right back into this. We have to give them some time after a loss like that. You got to regroup for a second.
Right.
So we're going to get Area 77, and we will be up for... I mean, I can't play the third place match after the grand finals match. That would be backwards.
No, but I
mean, that's all what we want to see, right?
I feel like it might have come down to especially that last pick there for best player on the Kimmy. It felt a little too outside the box. It was very far fetched, and ended up like it was like the main story of the beginning of that match. Best player was getting picked off pretty hard and pretty quickly, which is just a big thing for Kimmy, especially when you have an enemy team that I think Ruby was the only real person that would be coming at him, that where that Ice Queen wand would come in handy, or that disengage would be coming handy. Everybody else would be able to dive through the back line to get to him, and unfortunately that's basically how the match went for that as well.
Well, yes, I do agree that Kimmy was a bad pick. However, Insomniacs did a good job picking off Kimmy, so we didn't get to see Kimmy's like fullest potential there.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely knew where to take advantage. Gala just all over the place. I mean, there was a few times where he got I think it was under the tier 3 in the middle lane. He was under the tower, got the kill. He was able to get away, but he was ready to die for that kill. Like, it was worth it. He knows we need to set back this Kimmy as much as possible, really end their mid to late game spike and put them at an even bigger advantage. And they were able to do that. And in game 1, they were able to pick on, bully Shark, bully Nicolette, and, stop them. So Shark wasn't able to make the engages in the mid game. Every time he went in, he was getting shredded down because of those early game deaths that happened to him. So, Insomniac's really just showing, coming in with a game plan, coming in those drafts, being prepared, and, I mean, I think they're going to be a hard team to beat for New Wave in the finals.
Yeah, especially that difference between, like, it wasn't like 180 turn, but like you saw how both teams were kind of like dipping their toes in the water in that first game, showing the respect. They're not wanting to like be the first ones to make a mistake. Right. But then in the second game, you saw a more confident Insomniacs, you saw a team that was confident in their composition, confident in what they could do and what they could handle. And like, there was still the respect there in between, like nobody really kind of like going balls to the wall, but like they were kind of throwing their weight around a little bit more, and especially in the early game of that second game.
It's good that you mentioned that, because I didn't even realize it. Both teams were playing patient for the first round, but after that first win on the Insomniacs, that's when they definitely decided to push a little harder, play a little bit more aggressive in the early game.
Yeah. I mean, I think, and that was something, normally Team Sexy is always a heavy aggressor. We didn't see that for them. Or maybe, in the very beginning of that game 1, we did see Shark, go for the invade there, try some of what him and Nicolette like to do, really put pressure on the enemy jungler. And Insomniacs immediately had the answer for that. They knew it was coming. And after that, we didn't really see them try what they do best sometimes. And, was that the downfall of it? Was them not, why were they so careful in those games? Maybe game 1 got in their head, and then game 2 it was just kind of downhill from there. I mean, there's no way to really tell it. I guess we'll see how they play in these games. And then this game about to come, it'll be Team Sexy versus Area 77 for the 3rd place spot. Do you think after losing that, it's going to be rough for Team Sexy? Do you think that game's going to get into their heads and they're all going to be a little tilted?
Do you think that Team Sexy is going to be at a disadvantage here, having to play back-to-back after a loss? Hopefully they can bring their A game. Hopefully they're still in good spirits to go against Area 77, because Area 77 is not a joke either. They do need to bring their A game. However, they are competing for the 3rd spot in the league right now. Yeah. But regardless, even though Team Sexy did lose that match against Insomniacs, they are a good team regardless. It's just Insomniacs put a really good fight there.
Most definitely.
Yeah, no doubt. Just huge props off to them. And I'm not to take away from this third place match, but like I'm really excited to see those two clash at each other. Team New Wave and Team Insomniacs, because those I feel like strategically that's what won those games for both of those teams, to get them at those places. And then right here, right now, like you said, they are playing back-to-back games, and then they are just coming off not just a loss, us being swept, and so that does have some stuff that does play a part in your emotions, in your morale a bit, especially teams. Especially, I've noticed players that are at that high level, they are the worst on themselves. They are the hardest on themselves, especially when a loss comes like that. So are they going to be able to recuperate? Are they going to be able to put it together against a team that is definitely not a joke too? Area 77 had their own issues when going up against a New Wave. Whether it was that, is that player still out from their lineup for Area 77? Are they here with the original roster?
Area 77 will have their full roster tonight, so we'll see how they do. I think Area 77 also, I think everyone comes into this wanting, especially teams like Area 77, Team Sexy, Insomniacs, New Wave. These are teams that regularly compete and have gotten championship titles before. So, they come in wanting to win. And when you're sitting in the you're playing for third place right now. So I think that right there, almost disheartening, a little like Area 77 also like, yeah, let's just do this. Like probably still upset that they didn't make it to first. But yeah, they're going to have their full lineup. Team Sexy we just watched them all play, so full lineup. Even after watching Team Sexy just lose that game, I would still put them as the favorite for this game. If it's up to the fans, if it's up to, if I was a gambling man, they would definitely have the favorite in their side here.
Speaking of gambling, I think chat has been wondering where the polls have been at, because they seem to be eager to be participating in those polls.
Well, you all would have been wrong last time, so you should be glad I didn't.
That's not true. Something that I want to point out.
I'll put a poll on that for this next game. Sorry, Zaya. Go.
Sorry, something that I want to point out. Yes, we are going to be showing Team Sexy in Area 77 for third place. However, something that I want to point out is that all these teams, TSU, New Wave, Insomniacs, Team Sexy, Area 77, they're all still good teams, and I feel like they're still on the same skill level that I guess those are in the finals are. If that makes sense.
No,
often it can be overlooked, especially when you're coming up and when you're competing at this high a level. Right. It can be overlooked. Oh, the Team Sexy is horrible. They just got beat, but they got beat by a great team. Don't take away from Team Insomniacs. Don't take away from Team New Wave. These dudes are competing at a higher level, and unfortunately, they just came better prepared. It seemed like during this match, and that's what it's going to be coming down to. And if anything, this should start for all these people who have that to say about it. This should be a motivation. I'll look forward to seeing what this shows during NACT when we're gonna have 64 teams coming in. It's gonna be amazing to see. But right now, it's these guys, Area 77. While I do feel like the odds, if we're gonna go for statistical odds here, Area 77 is the underdog. However, they are here with something to prove. They did get swept on Thursday, and now they have their whole roster here and are going to be looking to make a point here against Team Sexy, who might not be in the best mind frame after just getting swept themselves not even an hour ago. So
they might not be in the best mindset right now. However, they know for a fact their entire team know that they're one of the best players in NA, so maybe that might not be a downfall on this third place match.
Most definitely. I'm sorry guys, I'm trying to get everybody in here and ready to go. So we will see. Alright, so game 3 coming up. Third place match coming up. Team Sexy versus Area 77. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I think I think there's definitely I think it'll be a good game. I'm honestly really ready for the final game of the night. New Wave up against Insomniacs. I think that's a game that I don't think we've seen a single best of 3 yet. Right? Not a single best of 3 just yet. So it'll be a, hopefully the finals is not a complete sweep here.
Be like some tough competition for the finals, especially seeing how Insomniacs did play against Team Sexy. But New Wave, I feel like they're a really good team regardless.
Have you gone ahead and given a shout out to our
I can do that real fast.
Our sponsors.
So big shout out to everybody. Big shout out to all of my mods, Ritz, Exia, Sakira, Diosito, Ravi for doing the overlays, Mr. Sparrow for doing some of the highlight videos recently, and many, many more people. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you to the teams, to my casters, to the whole groups, to all the people that have been donating, the 2 people who have recently become members, all of that good stuff. Thank you so much. But most of all, a big shout out to our main sponsor this season, and that is United Farmers X. They are a cryptocurrency company with a passion to help you make passive income. They're extremely transparent. They have a Discord channel where you can ask them any questions you like. If you know nothing about cryptocurrency, they will answer questions for you. They're not pushers. They don't want to force you to invest or anything, but it's definitely a possibility that if you have some extra cash, I personally like to invest in crypto here and there, make a quick $50 every once in a while, and they're not a super expensive cryptocurrency like like some of those other ones. I'm having a mind blank right now. But yeah, so check them out. They sponsored this season's prize pool. They've been supporting of this Mobile Legends esports ecosystem in North America. All of their links and their description are in the description below. Their YouTube channel, their subreddit, their Discord channel, all of those things. The information is available, so make sure you give them a check out when you have the time. We appreciate it, and we appreciate working with sponsors like that. I don't know, we're having some, I might have to we might have to do a quick 5-minute break real fast to see what's going on with these teams. I need to actually get them all hurdled in here. So we will be jumping over into the break screen. So if you need time, use the bathroom, grab some water, call your moms, do whatever you gotta do. We'll be jumping back very shortly, guys.
Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fit.
Welcome back, guys. We are ready. The teams have done their ping checks. Team Sexy versus Area 77 for the third place spot. Definitely excited about this. Definitely hype over this. We just saw Team Sexy take a bit of a loss there. Probably, a little in their feelings, but they are here. They're ready to play. Area 77 also here. So in the spirit of sportsmanship, I'm hoping that we see these two teams give it their all.
Yeah, especially with that last match, the damage has been done. Feelings have already been hurt. It's in the past. It's time to move forward with this next match, and I think we're gonna see Team Sexy come back with that cohesion that we've seen from them pretty much all league.
I agree. That was a long enough break for us to simmer down, compress a little bit, and I'm pretty sure Team Sexy is ready to dive into this match against Area 77. So I don't think that their
Your team
morale
is
is
banning.
broken here. I think they're ready.
Yeah, I think
Now we're gonna see how.
I think they're definitely ready. I think they have the opportunity here to do well. I think that yes, maybe they weren't on their complete A game last time, but I honestly don't know what happened there. They just seemed a little off. I think the problem is that if they do want to win this game against Area 77, they need to kind of fix whatever mistakes was happening last time.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like that is. I don't feel. I think we're gonna see some aggression here in the opening minutes from Team Sexy. Not only that, but like as I was saying before, those rotations, those 3-man rotations into the 4-man ganks, we're gonna start seeing that a little bit, and then we're just gonna see an all-out, just a blitz of that. And on the side of Area 77, I'm hoping that they are ready for that. I feel like with all of their players here today, I feel like we're going to see a different game than we saw on Thursday against, let me look at my notes again, New Wave.
New Wave.
Yeah.
Everyone's having issues remembering that one.
Well, something that I want to point out was that Area 77 did go ahead and ban 1-1. Insomniac's last game against Team Sexy did not ban 1-1 at all, which kind of surprised me, especially seeing how Zia does so well with 1-1. So they are, it seems like they did target ban Zia this round for Area 77. Also, you've banned Valentina ban as expected.
Yeah, I think the Valentina ban's typical. Nothing too crazy. The 1-1 definitely a target for Zia. But I don't think, I'm still up in the air if the 1-1 buff was really a buff. I feel like the damage taken away from her is definitely showing. So yes, she gets the ultimate more. But I mean, we even just saw Zia, who's like probably one of the best 1-1 players in the league right now, not really able to make her all that.
No, but it wasn't just Zia's fault for that game against Insomniacs. You can't just downplay Zia's 1-1 that match. He is a phenomenal player on 1-1. It's just, I think their synergy wasn't there for that team, for that fight against Insomniacs.
Well, not to take anything away from Zia, but we have seen in the last few, since the update, the Wanwan and Zia on the Wanwan hasn't been as formidable and hasn't been had that same effect, those highlight reels that we've seen in the past before the patch. So, and it seemed like in the last match that Insomniacs were prepared for it. They didn't really ban out things that they were afraid of. They had a plan for it instead. So looks like we have a different kind of strategy coming here from Area 77. I think they're just going to go ahead and ban these ones out outwardly and go off of what Team Sexy picks up here for the first 3 picks.
I think Esmeralda open right now. I think that's something we didn't see it at all last game, but I think it will be something we see here. Mitsuke is going to lock that in there.
And then what do we have as like counters to Esmeralda? I think in the league what we've seen
We did talk about Dyroth being a counter to Esmeralda. Will they pick it up?
Yeah, and also in the league I think we've seen the history of Hylos in the lane has actually been able to bully Esmeralda pretty well. So I'm kind of wondering what we're going to answer, because Esmeralda is still so strong in that side lane, and especially being able to push the lane and make sure that she's able to get around to the map to those team fights before the enemy XP laner is able to answer.
Something that I want to point out is I'm not a big fan of Hylos for counter for Esmeralda or in the EXP lane. I feel like Hylos is a lot more better as roam whenever he's a part of team fights rather than just sitting in EXP lane.
Most definitely. I'm a little confused with this Alucard right here.
Oh, they're not gonna lock it in.
No.
If they knew better, I don't think they would choose Alucard.
Can we talk about that Alucard skin though? Look at his hair. It's very similar to mine. The man looks good. Yato hovering over the Vex also. I think I don't know about that Farza pick against Shark on this Cho right now. Zia does decide to pick up the Beatrix, who I do like. Even with her nurse, she's got nice late game potential, decent early game still. She's just not completely broken anymore, I feel.
Very aggressive pick here by Area 77. This Boxia we've been seeing recently here in the since this patch has just been kind of a menace early game, especially with that jungle emblem, able to just clear out objectives so quickly.
Is actually a thing, Boxia with jungle?
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
It's insanity.
That's news to me, but I'm surprised. I'm actually excited to see how this game goes.
So, with the recent patch, it's been a New Wave completely destroyed Deuce Knights with it, I think.
Wow.
And then Insomniacs beat the Valley with it, or did the Valley counter it? I mean, did Insomniacs counter it with the... We also saw 2 X-Board jungle picks last Thursday to counter the double tank compositions of other teams. Things have definitely been thrown into the air with the most recent patches, like, especially watching some of these high-level players play in this league right now. Like, we've seen so many different changes, and there is that Dyroth pick right there, locked in for the Esmeralda. And so I guess you're going to have to see now, Xayah, right?
I'm actually really excited, especially with the jungle pick on Boxia. I am the type of person who likes to stay within the meta range. However, I do love seeing high-level teams, pro teams, that do go outside of the meta, because it makes the match interesting.
Yeah, and especially against this Esmeralda, you're either going to have some rotations up there to help try to calm down the farming of Bossy, or you're going to have some issues. Esmeralda just outright gets bullied by a Dyroth here. So this might actually be the aggression we're going to need to help counter this Boxia, because he's so aggressive. He's basically played correctly. He's going to be so aggressive and just basically inside the enemy's jungle the entire time. And especially with how mobile he is and how fast with that wheel that he can get around the map.
Yeah, but I will say that Area 77 tried this jungle Bashia and they lost with it. So we've seen some teams do very well with it. We've seen some teams not do so well with it. And is that because it's a newer pick for teams? It's a newer composition. It's definitely a big change in rotations.
Right.
He's so fast. The rest, so you kind of have to, you're really adapting to a completely new style. And I don't know if Area 77 has completely done that yet. We've also, you know, yes, the Dairoth counters the Esmeralda, but it's another thing. If in the early game, I would say like first 4 levels, Esmeralda might even have the advantage. So Sir Bossy needs to play it correctly. It's not like a guarantee I'm gonna destroy this. I mean, maybe depending on the players, depending on the skill level, but you know, Aether Explicit tried to use it. Aether Explicit tried to use it, and it kind of failed until the very, very, very end game, and then he was able to shred through it. But so it's definitely up in the air.
Dead, and I will revive it.
Some interesting comps we have here. I'm wondering what we're going to be having as a tank on the side of Sexy, and it looks like we're going to have a roam. Oh, okay. These comps, I don't feel like too many of these comps are really like, what's the word? Synergizing together.
Okay.
We do have the engagement from Esmeralda, maybe even being able to get an umbrella in from the Kagura, but not really a lot of disengage or CC on there. So, okay. And now, as I eat my words with a Ruby pick, so we do have a decent amount of CC for that, which will kind of, I feel like, put together Area 77's comp a little better here now, because you do have that CC coming in with the engagement from Esmeralda and Kagura, and then the back line there from Clint being able to do a lot of damage. And I don't really know what we have as far as a backline diver on the side of Team Sexy here. I guess Shark will be able to flank.
Shark, Sir Bossy possibly, Nicolette with the Lunox may be able to come in. What I can say is they do have some nice counters on the side of Team Sexy to Mitsuke on the Esmeralda, to Basha, who's going to be running jungle. They bring in the carry to really deal with that heavy front line. Also Ruby. I mean, we have a solid, tanky front line on the side of Area 77, and everything that Team Sexy brought is what shreds those tanky front lines down. So I do feel like Team Sexy brought answers this time, and I'm glad it's what we're seeing.
And I agree with that. Carrie is a good pick against a lot of frontline tanky heroes. However, like, she's not meta in my opinion. However, she is a good pick against Area 77's comp. I'm excited to see where this game goes.
Yeah, she's been making her way through meta picks. It depends. It just depends on how the other teams have adapted to this new double tank meta.
Right.
She's been making her way through there. It does take a bit to get online. So the early game really isn't Carrie's territory.
Yeah,
that's something that I want to point out. I have seen a lot less supports this meta this season, especially with the new revamp of the defense items, and that makes me so happy because I hate supports. I hate the support meta. I think they're kind of hard to engage with, so it's nice to see some tanks coming back in.
I appreciate all metas. But wait, Yeho, though, hold on. Able to steal the red buff. He may pay the price, though. Sir Bossy able to walk down on Shark, gets the knock-up. Yeho just surviving with a sliver of health. He keeps going, but he will pay the price for that red buff steal. Best player able to get it. And I mean, that's what you want to do as the Basha, but it just seemed like Team Sexy was ready for it.
Yeah, and it didn't really seem like Area 77 were really kind of on the same thought path with that as well. Because there really wasn't any. They didn't really have a disengagement for him. They kind of just let him alone there, while the rest of Team Sexy kind of just closed ranks around him.
Yeah,
I mean, whenever you have your teammates trying to invade their jungle, it's kind of necessary to have your teammates nearby so that you can help with the disengage, help with the invade. But like you pointed out, Area 77, their team wasn't on par with that idea, with that gameplay.
Yeah, I mean,
we
are taking a quick pause real fast. It was asked for from the side of Team Sexy. And I don't know. I think this time what we didn't see from Team Sexy in the last game, this time Team Sexy is just, they drafted with answers instead of just like going for a composition, which is what I felt like I was watching the first time. It's almost like they pre-planned their composition in the first game, and they're like, this is what we're picking. That's it. No changing it up. And this time they really they adapted. Some people would hate on the carry as a pick, but we just saw New Wave completely destroy the double tank composition with this carry pick. We've seen teams, you know, sometimes those niche picks are important. You can't always stick to the same 3 heroes. You have to pull something out to really hard counter a team, and that's how the Dairos become popular. That's how the carry starts to become popular. That's how the X-Borg became popular last Thursday. You see some of these picks come in that just work well. You know, you have to be willing to try something different to counter the enemy composition, and that's what I feel like we're seeing right now in Team Sexy. You know, I feel like they won out. Personally, I feel like they won out in the draft.
Well, the thing is like those picks like that, they're not normal picks. The carry, the Dairoth, even the Phoveus, things like that. Those aren't picks that you pick at the beginning of a draft. Those are picks you pick to counter, and they work well for what they're designed to counter. Carry against that true damage that she can dish out against those tanks. The Phoveus against those dash heroes. The Dairoth just against Esmeralda, basically.
Arvin a bit engaged though. Yeho coming on to best player. Use that Tortoise Pusins. Yato able to get the kill. Sir Bossy now in a bit of a bad position. Forced the dash under the tower. But Area 77 now answering back. Taking position over this turtle. Keeping themselves in this game.
Yeah, and they are in a good position for this turtle, but are they going to be able to get it? Oh yeah, and then Boxia, yeah, just absolutely demolishes
without any contest.
Yeah, and that's where Boxia shines, is even though he did get killed up there earlier, just being able to get around the map so quickly and be able to take down those buffs and that turtle and these objectives, and that's where he shines. And hopefully they're going to be able to mount a comeback here against Team Sexy.
Yeah, they are pushing it onto Shark right now. Yeho gets the ram. Not quite able to finish it up, though. But, I mean, I do like the pace of Area 77. They did take that first death onto Yeho, but they haven't let the gold fall too far behind. Able to pick up the first turtle of the game. And just kind of, you know, keeping it smooth, keeping it running, not, you know, just not falling behind.
Yeah, they are definitely kind of keeping the pace of this game up. They're not really kind of giving up too much. They're only about 500, actually even less than that right now. But there is an engagement coming here on the Mitsuki.
He is forced to flicker out, but with that, they are going to give up this tower. But in the bottom lane, Area 77 answering back with a pick onto Zia, and they're also going to focus on the skull plating. Nicolette with the flicker into that light mode is able to get the kill onto Gauss Cutie. A nice play from Nicolette, keeping that gold tower alive. So overall, I feel like Team Sexy comes out on top in that fight.
Yeah, that was a really good engage from Nicolette. However, she did just die. Unfortunately, she was being a little too aggressive. She could have just disengaged after that that first kill.
Yeah,
that was rough. So many of these engagements usually come down to, oh, look at a little juking up here by Mitsuki and Sir Bossy. But like some of these engagements usually come down to the teams being spread out onto opposing lanes there. Did Team Sexy get their lane? Was Area 77 able to get a tower out of there? And unfortunately, they weren't able to really answer that. And in fact, Nicolette was actually able to get a kill onto Area 77.
Ooh, but a nice way of the dragon on to Gals Cutie, able to get that pick. Now Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of DPS on the Shark, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to move forward. A nice flicker kick, nice knock up. Down goes Mar Cutie, the major damage dealer on the side of Area 77. Yeho also on the run off, flicker through the wall from Sir Bossy, gets the kill onto Yeho, and now he's battling it out. Mitsuki with the falling Star Moon to slow him down, but Sir Bossy just keeps moving forward. A beautiful double kill, now securing on Yato. I'm offended, bringing him under the tower, but he is going to be able to dash away. So the turtle and 3 kills go into the hands of Team Sexy there, Private.
What is this gameplay for Team Sexy against Insomniacs? This is like what we've been waiting for this entire time. That was a beautiful gameplay, a beautiful knock-up from Shark, a beautiful engagement with Sir Bossy, securing, what, 3 kills?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse from here because we were
Right.
talking about before with how fast that Dairoth is able to clear his lane and then rotate out. And we saw it from that last fight. It was basically a 5v4 for like the first minute and a half there before Mitsuki was actually able to rotate down. And then by that time, it was already too late. Team Sexy had already gained position, had already pretty much set up into the turtle, and they were just kind of both here trying to like take out Dairoth, and it really wasn't. It was already too late by that point, and we have best player and Sir Bossy looks like they're going to go ahead and try to get this next tower as well.
Yeah, just focusing so hard on him. And, you know, something we saw from Team Sexy that was a little bit different. Wait a second, in the top, they are trying to push in a nice I'm offended on Zia. Not quite able to get the finish, though. He uses that ultimate to fend them back. Shark now flanking around the side, stopping Yayo from engaging, keeping tabs. You know, Team Sexy really opted to focus EXP lane this game, to where so many times we've seen teams focus on the gold lane this season, but they knew that they wanted to get Sir Bossy scaled up, put Mitsuke behind, and it's definitely working. Sir Bossy just shredding through. Gal's Cutie getting kicked back from that way of the dragon. Sir Bossy a little low on health, but Yeho just can't force the engage, getting shredded down from best player, zoning in. Mitsuke, Yato all running back under the inhibitors. Yes, Area 77 takes that gold lane tower finally, but look how much they've lost on the map.
So this is my first time actually watching Dairoth countering Esmeralda. I didn't even know Dairoth countered Esmeralda, so I'm like excited to like even pick up that knowledge. I'm impressed, and I believe that Dairoth is definitely underrated now.
Yeah, he's definitely made a huge comeback. Shark, though, with the flicker in, gets away the dragon on Yayo. Will get stopped up from Gal's Beauty, though. Not quite enough to get the kill, and Gal goes down. Best player bobbing and weaving back and forth. Mitsuke with the falling star moon. Yeho sees the advantage, wants to push in, able to get the kill on Zia, and now they are on the chase for once. Area 77 pushing forward, but it's just not enough. Best player keeping his distance, sending Yeho back. Sir Bossy in the back line, though, will pay the price, maybe being a little too aggressive here.
Yeah, 1K gold lead it's been dropped to, even though it is a 6-9 lead for Team Sexy. So this is still not under wraps just yet. There were a couple early mistakes by Team Area 77, and Team Sexy was able to capitalize. And I think that was one of the biggest difference that I've been seeing here. Not just in draft, but in the gameplay. There were a lot of mistakes by 77 that Team Sexy kind of is pouncing on, which we didn't see from Insomniacs. There were a few mistakes, but more towards the mid to late game.
Yeah. I mean, I think it really has to, you know, I mentioned it that I think the Basha jungle is something a lot of teams, like, yes, I think Yeho plays it decently, but it just seems, they still seem a little bit loose overall, you know, in some of their rotations and some of their engages. Shark coming in, though. Nice way of the dragon. Will get shut down, though. Tumar Cutie. Keep pushing forward. Yato with the engage. Locks down on Zia. Will they get the finish? Yeho on the chase. Finally, Area 77 coming on top in one of these team fights. No. Never mind, because in the bottom lane, best player, I mean, Sir Bossy able to get the kill on a Mitsuke, making it overall 3-for-3 trade on the map.
Turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, they are even with those deaths up top. Sir Bossy here just rotated out and able to get that tower. It's going to take a bit for Area 77 to kind of group up, because I feel like there's a lot of these engagements that they do get the upper hand, but they're just getting answered by Team Sexy here. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, they try to catch Sir Bossy. Will get pulled back with that. I'm offended. Yato coming in, and then we see the kill secured from Mark Cutie. Yeho keeping distance. Will pull that Lord. I don't think they want to engage it. They just want to, you know, zone it. Maybe they'll keep going as Gal's Cutie comes around the side here. It's gonna
they're up one right now. Do they have confidence in their composition right now, though?
Zia trying to push in. A nice way the dragon onto Gal's Cutie. He will go down, but the turtle has been taken from Mitsuke. Abort mission, Area 77. You've done your job. Now they back off, get back under the safety of their towers. Lord for Gal's Cutie. Maybe not a bad position. Yato keeps pushing forward. Mitsuke with the falling star moon on to best Player. Best Player needs to try to retreat. Nicolette using that light ult to just create some space, but Area 77 starting to take some big aggression. Mark Cutie in the side, able to pick up a kill on a Shark, so now we're even on the playing field, but Sir Bossy wants to chase him down. I don't know if Mark Cutie's going to be able to get away with this. He uses that ultimate. Who's going to go down first? A nice play from Mark Cutie. Able to get that second skill just in time. And
I think this entire match we have not paid any attention to Clint just until then. I just want to point out he is 8-2 right now, and he's carrying Area 77 right now. He is a late game hero. Daira has been showing his colors on the side of Team Sexy. However, Clint is exactly where he needs to be right now. So maybe this is like their time to turn around the game.
Yeah,
and the punishment for the punishment for focusing that XP lane. This is why people go for that gold lane first, to try to make sure that these marksmen don't come online.
We might see more engage Yeho. And I love the way that Yeho just does this back and forth, waiting to see if he can bait Area 77 in. Shark taking a bit of damage, using that way of the dragon on Yeho. But Mark Cutie gets another kill, make it a mega kill. Nicolette trying to engage, Morgan taken out from Yato, but Team Sexy does not want to stop. They keep pushing forward. What are they doing? Zia will go down here. Yeho coming in now. They know they have the advantage, 5 against 2. I don't think Team Sexy really, they were down 2 people and they keep pushing in, thinking they can take that fight.
Yeah, especially with Mark at the back here. He is dragging. He's got the team on his shoulders right now, and the
with his positioning too.
Yeah, phenomenal. Being able to kite back, always in the back line, able to get that a max amount of damage. Oh my god.
Definite insanity. Down goes Best Player. They keep pushing forward. They're going to take this tower. Mitsuke, now as Mitsuke's in the bottle, the Dairos just doesn't seem to be able to connect or make those plays. And Mark Cutie just sitting in the back, exerting this extreme presence over the map. Area 77 wanting to come in, trying to end this as soon as possible. I love this aggression right now.
Yeah, but
I'm just surprised that Area 77 even was able to come back from that. We do have Lord coming up at 16 seconds, and they are trying to disengage, but you do see them trying to engage in the fight right now.
Dark pays the price again for trying to dive into that back line. He needs to... Oh my god, big damage from Yato under the base, able to secure a triple kill for Mark Cutie. They are pushing in, just capitalizing on every moment they can and making some insane plays for Area 77.
You had Shark all the way in the back line while the rest of Team Sexy was like almost on the other side of the map, not really able to help out. So I'm kind of wondering what the plan was there, or if there was just some type of miscommunication, because it seems like that cohesive unit that we saw at the beginning of the game is kind of falling apart here.
Yeah, definitely something up with Team Sexy, or maybe the other teams have just brought their A game. I mean, I gotta say, you know, you have 15-2 right now. 15-2 for Mark Cutie. Just knew they had that late game insurance, and it just seems like Best Player, I think the side of Team Sexy needs just a little bit more time to really scale up, and they just can't seem to find the correct positioning. They are going to be able to melt down that Lord pretty fast, so they do have the defensive structure of a team to be able to last in this game, but they definitely need to make some correct plays here.
Yeah, especially with Area 77 just needs to kind of keep their cool here too. We've seen so many teams that have the advantage and lose it at these last inhibitors and at the core because they get too greedy or keep trying the same thing that was winning them the game earlier. That aggression, there needs to be a little bit more thought once you're going for these inhibitors in that core, especially against the team as dangerous as Team Sexy.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they do. I think the side of Team Sexy might want to try to end this soon. We see them being plenty aggressive, but honestly, they have a late game of their own. A nice Shark, a nice hit the dragon from Shark, but he will go down every time he tries to make that play. Yato also coming in, bringing Nicolette and Best Player down to a sliver. Sir Bossy will pay the price next. There's a cat on my desk. Get off. The rest of the team coming in. I mean, look at them just under these inhibitors right now. I don't know if Team Sexy can survive this onslaught. The light ult coming from Nicolette, but it's not going to get too far enough, because Mark Cutie is there to get the kill. 18-2. I mean, just smashing. The inhibitor will go down. Zia finally getting a kill. The rest of Area 77 knowing they need to back off, knowing they've extended
You
their
notice
stay too
how
long.
often Area 77 was in their base, in their towers, multiple times, but they still won the team fights?
Yeah, and what that is target priority. On this Boxia, he's going out and he's baiting them to go ahead and grab him. And you saw Shark went for it, kicked Boxia into the base, and they focused so much energy on trying to get Boxia down while the rest of Area 77 was just raining fire on them.
It's not a good idea for Cho to even engage and use his ult on a tanky hero. You want to like target their backline, someone like a Clint, especially since he is carrying the team. Someone like a Cad, however, it is going to be hard to target them, especially since they are like fast heroes. And they have, Area 77 does have a team full of frontline heroes.
And not only that, but Yato too, like with those baits coming in, you know, I want to give a little light to Yato, sitting at 11 assists right now. Wait, Shark though, a little overextended once again. But like he times that umbrella so well, waiting for the right moment for when everyone comes in and bursts everybody down, and it just creates space for Marcuti to clean things up. The Lord is up though. Shark isn't going to be able to do anything. Yeho will get the Lord. Kagura able to get a nice kill on to Nicolette. They are battling it out. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the map, but it looks like Team Area 77 will be coming out on top of this.
Yeah, and nothing that's Team Sexy could do there. Even Carrie was zoned out way into the back line, while Boxy here was just chomping down this Lord and then able to get the retry onto it, and then actually able to get some kills off of it too as well. So Team Sexy's in a bad way here right now, and it's right now is do or die time to see if they can come back.
They are, Area 77 is trying to sync up the lanes with Lord pushing at top lane. I do think this might be where they might win, but it's depending on how fast they can clear Lord.
Yeah, it looks like Area 77 is coming for the bottom lane instead of focusing in with that Lord. Zia should be able to clean up Lord quite quickly. It might have been a bad play for Area 77. And, you know, I mentioned it earlier, Team Sexy has the wave clear. They have the damage to be able to shred apart a Lord. Area 77 gets nothing off of that push, and this buys more time for Team Sexy to get best player where he needs to. Yeho coming in, trying to bait them in. Mitsuke into the back with that fallen star, with that flickering out, and you can just see the bait play. Scout with a nice I'm offended coming in on a best player. Marchuti Yato coming in, a nice double kill from Yato, and this could be the moment. The baits are just on point for Area 77. Sir Bossy coming in the back will get the kill on Yato, but the Nexus is focused, and Area 77 take game one.
Guys, I think you spoke a little too soon. They did clear Lord easily, however, that was Area 77. Area 77's time to engage, and they did it perfectly, securing the win there too.
Yeah, just those the Boxia and the Esmeralda tiptoeing into base and then hurrying up and skeeting out, trying to bait out those abilities while the rest of the team was bursting down that tower. Poetic right there. Just the synchronicity between between those players right there. It was beautiful.
Definitely beautiful, and just. I mean, Area 77 was on point. Where was this against TSU? I mean, where was this against New Wave? Yes, they were down.
We all have like bad games. They are good teams regardless, even if they get swept, even if they sweep. It's just some days we can't always bring our A game. And like something I want to point out, we have Marcuti on play with the MVP, and that's the cost that their Team Sexy are struggling, especially with this loss, because they didn't bother to focus on Clint or the gold lane.
Yeah, they really focused on Mitsuke in the early game, trying to get Sir Bossy the heavy advantage. They were able to push in that whole lane, but while all that was happening, Marcuti is just kind of chilling, like, all right, I'll just keep farming down here. They even got an early game kill on Zia, and I mean, and that was Marcuti was just, by the time we hit I think it was around the 10-12 minute mark, Marcuti just started shredding through them. The man is at 42% hero damage, almost half of all the damage, all the damage dealt to anyone on the side of Team Sexy. So do they ban out Clint next game? What do they switch up to get this win? How do they bring this to game 3 here?
Well, this is what I was mentioning during the draft, is I didn't really feel like Team Sexy had a backline diver. We were talking about Shark on that show, but he was just getting shut out, and I feel like his target priority was a little off as well, because there were some times where he would go in and then go ahead and Way of the Dragon onto Boxia, and just what was the plan there? Because it's going to take you a while to burst on that Boxia. I think they were just looking for an easy kill, but in the meantime, you had Kagura throwing her umbrella in there, dealing a ton of damage, along with Clint over there. And while you're sitting there, and I think Boxia still got away too, because he had immortality as well. So it's just it's the plan. It's having an answer for some of these things. And while they played great at the beginning of the game, they need to kind of keep it together through the mid and late game, because we saw at the beginning this was the shades of the old Sexy that we had seen through the league. Those 3 to 4 man ganks pushing into those towers so quickly, so fast. But as soon as Clint came online, they started having some real trouble holding together during those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned it in the first game that we saw Team Sexy lose against Somniacs, that they seem like when they're behind, Team Sexy isn't obviously not used to playing from the back pedal, you know, with their backs against the wall. And Shark just seemed to be making some overextensions, you know, trying to make plays even though you're at a 3 or 4K gold deficit. Definitely, you know, are they in their heads right now after their loss? Maybe that's what happened. But either way, that is part of playing competitively, being able to keep your cool, being able to keep your calm. Even if you're losing a match, don't make any insane plays, don't overextend yourself. But every time Shark tried to engage there, he just got melted down. He was never able to make the connection.
And that's the part of the reason why they lost to, is because they only had Shark Cho to engage in team fights. Team Sexy, they did have a team full of squishies, which was kind of like a disadvantage. However, they did have the upper hand for counter picks. They were last pick, so they could have been prepared for that lineup. But unfortunately, it seemed like they...
Well, there were a few times that we saw Shark go out there, and
right.
And I wonder, is that an issue with Shark getting overzealous, or the team not backing him up? Because like there's that whole saying about like, even if your team is doing the wrong thing, as long as they all are doing the same thing, it can still be successful. But you kind of looked like that Team Sexy was a little split up from what everybody was doing. You had Shark that got separated a few times from his team and then got singled out. There was that Lord that they lost, and then Team Sexy decided to keep on engaging even after losing 2 members. Decided to try to chase down Area 77 to a fruitless endeavor there.
I definitely don't think it was like Shark's engagements that were off. It's just like there was no one to back him up. Yes, there were a few times where he kicked Yehu, who was playing Boxia, which is in the ideal set, especially with 18 to hero. But I don't know. I feel like maybe they didn't have the cohesion for that round. But hopefully they can bring it for this game.
Yeah, and I think that it comes down to that back foot again. Like, if you're ahead and you're doing how Team Sexy usually does, where you're like 5K ahead, that Boxia kick into your team probably would have ended a little differently, and they would have been able to burst him down quickly. But when you're behind, that kind of has to be something that comes in the back of your mind. Do we have the damage for this? Do we have the engage to be able to take down a tank player like this? And when you're behind, no, you got to be a little bit more safer, a little bit more careful about those picks that you do.
Yeah, I think they also need to stop showing Shark's tank pick they decide to lock in it immediately. The Grok is finally open though. Will this... I know, I'm like 0 for 0 right now. It's been a while since I've made this many wrong calls. But I just feel like one of the major issues for Team Sexy tonight has been the Ruby pick. It's been a huge counter for them. It's been a counter for them throughout. That's where some of their losses came from in the season, and it's because of Shark's heavy engage ability that he always does. And I think it just works well in stopping him in his tracks, and stopping some of those plays from happening. So I think that might be a problem for them. Maybe they need to ban a bit differently. They seem to have been sticking to some of the same things. They did take out the Cho this time to deal. They don't want Gals to have it. They don't want Area 77 to have it. But at this point, I don't even think Area 77 wants to go for the Cho. They just beat you with a completely different lineup than what they normally run.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up back that Boxia that they had success with. While in the early game, I don't think you could really say there was much going on for the Boxia as far as having his way with Team Sexy's jungle, but him and that Esmeralda were able to bait a lot of abilities. I think he's just a lot more tankier than he looks, apparently, because like it's just something you got to get down, because like he can just tank so much damage while the rest of the team is having their way with your towers or damaging the rest of your team.
You know, I do like I do like Zia bringing in this Lunox pick immediately. You know, I always say it. I like it when we see some flexibility. We know that Nicolette can play the Lunox, and we have seen Zia pick up the gold lane Lunox also. And not only that, but now, I mean, and that is a nice counter to Yeho, to Mitsuke on this Uranus, which I'm surprised they picked up the Uranus with the Lunox showing, but it just kind of goes to show that they want to try to keep that heavy front line that we saw last time, and maybe pick up Clint again. I mean, why not? It did so well last time. They'll have first pick. Hopefully, that may be a ban we see here, though, from Team Sexy. Focus on Marcuti.
Well, you do have Sir Bossy on this dragon, which is going to have a lot more engagement on the back line than Team Sexy had in the last game, which possibly might be a little bit more of an answer for Clint, because he doesn't really have too many disengagement tools without not counting the flicker. He just has that dash and the rope that he throws out to CC down somebody, and so the Yu Zhong is definitely going to be able to catch up to him if they go for that route again. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and ban out that carry.
I want to point out is that Team Sexy did ban out Lolita, which kind of surprised me, considering that they already have Boxia. Also, Uranus, yes, they might still need a roam. However, would they really pick up another tank whenever they do have 2 tanks already? I don't think that was like a wise ban for Team Sexy with the Lolita ban.
Well, my guess is we see another tank, though, coming from the side of Area 77 here.
Area 77, but they already have 2.
Yeah, but Mitsuke's an off
Even if
laner,
they're like an off,
you know? Yeho's gonna be the jungler. I mean, it's gonna be like just like last time. We're gonna possibly the Ruby tank, possibly something like maybe a support tank here. Best player. Now that. I honestly believe that's a good pick, and here comes the Kufra.
Surprise!
And I think that, so the X-Borg did wonders Thursday night against this double or triple tank composition. The true damage, able to eat away at that at those tanky frontliners, and something very different. We're seeing Nicolette bringing in this Kaja, and Priv8, you wanted backlane divers. I think that's what we got this time.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how Kaja performs. I haven't seen him in the meta thus far after his range nerf, because he does need to get pretty close to be able to use that ultimate to be able to drag people back, and it puts him in prime territory to get bursted down and CC'd before he can get that whip out. So, but this X-Borg, definitely what we saw before as a good counter for a lot of these tankier comps. But in those other tankier comps, they did have Lolita too, to add that shield to X-Borg, to add that bit of sustainability to him while he was in the front line doing that damage. So we'll see how if this works any differently when you have that Grok and that Yu Zhong there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Shark on Grok here. Something that I know he plays well. I like to see him on, you know, some of these more old school tanks. I think we haven't gotten to see a lot from it, but They're definitely going to be fighting from a back. We do have a pause already coming in here. Let's jump back to the casters. So, I mean, with that front tank line, do you think that Team Sexy actually has the early game advantage here and that they need to push in?
I don't, from my opinion, I don't think they do have that early game advantage. I don't know, but it's just like, I'm kind of surprised to see 3 tanks chosen on Area 77. That is definitely new. Most teams, we don't even see that many tanks being chosen in like one match. However, I'm kind of confused, but also we'll see how it goes.
They're really banking on Yato and Marcuti here to be able to provide enough damage on that back line here, because they don't really have maneuverability here. If they get caught, it's going to be all on Yeho, Mitsuki, and Gal's Cutie to provide, to be able to hold the line while Beatrix and Lilia provide the support or the damage from the back line. And I'm not sure that they're going to be able to, but we'll see. Another pause, or
I don't know.
You did mention if they do get caught, but seeing how Marquiti played last round, also Yato, I feel like they have really good positioning in their teammates, their front line, no to peel. So chances of them getting caught most likely slim.
Well, there also was the fact that they didn't. Okay. Well, there also was the fact that in the last game, they didn't really have an engagement tool the way that they do in Sir Bossy. Like, Sir Bossy, there's nothing that's going to stop him in that Black Dragon form from diving into the back of the line. Whereas we saw when Shark was trying to dive in on that show, he was getting stopped and even possibly mistargeting when he did get to the back there.
Now we are seeing a bit of a fight. Shark and Nicolette keeping space open for best player to secure this litho. He will get it. He does use the retry on it though. But this is, again, Shark not stopping. He's like, listen, I don't care that I lost. I'm gonna be the aggressive player I always am. I'm gonna keep vision on you. And this is what I like to see from Team Sexy. Just from the way that keeping the same things that has won them games in the past.
Yeah, and right now it's looking like they are getting a little pressed here in their jungle here. Nicolette and them just not really being punished for being back here. It looks like Shark actually might here.
Yeah, he does
pretty quickly.
take some damage. Yato may be able to take him out here. Forced to use the flicker just to get away as Nicolette trails from the side. Gal's Cutie does have this hook. Needs to be careful. Shark has to get a bit farther.
We're going to see this.
Gal's Cutie, are we going to see the big hook? He decides not to use it.
I want out. On previous games, Team Sexy had been playing a little more cautious, but we did just see Shark and the rest of the entire team playing a little bit more aggressive in their jungle.
Yeah,
definitely pressing their advantage here. And Best Player gets hooked into, not directly into the tower, but
almost. Just close.
Yeah, almost. But and now they're going to be setting up here for the turtle. See if they have an answer here on the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Mitsuke coming around this wall. Best player does have that retribution. Sir Bossy coming in from the top lane to help Zane, but Yeho is here, able to steal the turtle. A nice play.
Wow.
And there's no wait, there's the Petrify locking on Gal's Cutie in the back line, but Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out. First blood going to the side of Area 77. Nicolette keeps on coming in, but Mark Cutie's here, able to get the kill on to Nicolette. Rolling through, has the shotgun out. Zia needs to be careful. It will go down. Nicolette, Shark, and Zia all taken out. It's a 4-for-0 trade to Area 77.
That was really tough. That was extremely tough, especially seeing how low Area 77 was. 3 of them had to recall, and Team Sexy didn't even bother, or they couldn't even secure at least 1 kill.
Yeah, and amazing plays there. As soon as Sir Bossy came in with the Black Dragon form, you had Gal's Cutie there right away with the suppress, and then the rest of the team burst him down, and then it was pretty much a wrap from there.
Yeah, look at Mark Cutie with the sniper, not quite able to land it. I was worried. I was like, is the light ult going to stop? Is it going to come out? Luckily, able to buy enough time. A nice wall from Shark, zoning them away. But Yeho will get this gold crab. And at this point, Area 77 just controlling the map. Shark walks right into a shotgun blast to the face, taken out. That is it for him. They're going to push in onto this gold lane tower here. Best player does come in to try to help, but I just don't think he quite can. Zia will go down to Yeho. Gal's Cutie ready with a hook or some suppression. Last Insanity comes in. Can they get the finish? Nicolette ready, still has that. No, doesn't have the ultimate, but they do get the kill onto Yeho. Team Sexy finally putting the kill on the board here. Shark now pushing forward, does walk into Gal's Cutie once again, gets suppressed. The shotgun comes out, and Mark Cutie now sitting at 3-0.
I hate to say it, but it's like, how many times can you get taught the same lesson about walking into that bush there?
It seems like Team Sexy is trying to focus on gold lane right now, especially since Marquis was dominating last game. But we already have Marquis with 3 kills on the board, so can Team Sexy even come back from like losing gold lane? I don't know.
Yeah, and they're just getting caught out, especially Shark here on that bush. I'm not sure what his plans are, but it feels kind of like he's on his own when he's doing these.
Well, he doesn't have. Well, Nicolette doesn't really have any range right now. You know, normally I think maybe even like the Barza wouldn't have been good. You know, certain things. Whoa, but a nice pick finally onto Gal's Cutie. They will get the kill, but Shark will also go down for it. Nicolette now in a slightly bad spot. Mark Cutie coming in with that shotgun, doing some damage on Zia. The ultimate comes out, and Mark Cutie gets the kill.
Gosh.
A nice double kill. We're now looking at Mark Cutie 5-0. Yato bringing out the recalls. Area 77 dominating in game 2.
Just looking at this game right now, I like seeing how Beatrix is even dominating early game. I feel like it might be Area 77 sweeping this game. I don't know. Like, I want to say that this might be like a close game, best of 3 for Team Sexy, especially since they're a really good team. But seeing how they're playing right now, probably not their best.
Yeah, they are having some trouble. Best player will go down here. Yato able to use those black shoes, coming back. Zia not quite able to get damage. Will he get the outplay? Zia does get the kill finally, and the shutdown onto Mark Cutie, but Shark taking a bit of damage. Will get suppressed out of distance. Yato coming in to get the kill, closing that distance. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Can they take out Gal's Cutie here? No. So Area 77 coming out once again on top of that team fight.
A 4K gold lead at the 6-minute mark right now, 3-12 right now. If they can hold on to this is going to be quite a dominating performance by Area 77 on a team that were basically the favorites.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Yato, though, is on the run, was forced to use the black shoes, but he will get away. Yeho able to stop Sir Bossy. In comes the last Insanity, getting a nice pick on to Gal's Cutie. Mitsuke, though, in this back line, able to take out Nicolette. We are trading back and forth. Sir Bossy on the run, but Mitsuke a little overextended, will be taken out also, but they want to keep pushing forward. Mark Cutie knows the damage he has, sending those sniper shots out. They will wall off this blue buff. They need to get best player a little bit more farmed to stay ahead, to stay in this game.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Yeah, but while they were pressing forward, it did look like it might almost have been a mistake on the side of Area 77, but they did just want to go ahead and get that turtle. They were pressing forward to go ahead and give Yeho the space he needed. The space he needed to be able to take that down.
Oh, man, and they just immediately move on. Another hook coming in. Shark going down. What is this damage? Mark Cutie with the flicker.
Oh, my God.
And the blast. Down goes best player. They are shredding through right now. That was beautiful.
I think this is one of like Area 77's best game, especially since they're playing very well against one of the previously most undefeated team. Unfortunately, it seems like Team Sexy cannot bring their A game this round. Team Sexy did have the advantage early game last round, but they seem to be snowballed right now.
Yeah, they just need to have a little bit more respect for the damage that can be output by Area 77. And right now, it doesn't really seem like they have that respect for some reason. They're in a dominant position right now, almost 5K gold ahead, and it looks like there's an engagement about to happen right down here bottom.
Yeah, they are pushing in. Mark Cutie gets some nice damage, pops the shield from best player, able to keep pushing in. Sir Bossy trying to create some space. Gal's Cutie with the hook does not land on anything, but Nicolette will get shredded down from that shotgun once again, and best player will go next. Sir Bossy now cornered, trying to get the knock up, not quite able to, but the shotgun is just doing too much damage. It's a 3-for-0 trade. I need you guys to take the cast for a second.
Yeah, no problem. It does look like Marcuti is going to go ahead and push down into this mid tower. Not really much that's going to be able to stop him here. Yato and the rest of Area 77 here to provide the support. A wall off by Shark here, and I'm not sure what else they're going to be able to do to be able to prevent this push.
I feel like Area 77 is going to back off right now. They do have Lord coming up right now, and I feel like after they take bottom tower, they might disengage. I don't know. They kind of have this early game, and not early game. They have like extreme advantage right now, so they might continue pushing.
Blue team turret.
Yeah, and then a hook onto there onto Nicolette actually brought him down. They are having their way right now, pushing it to each of these towers, getting their kills, and if they don't get this tower, I know they're going to go ahead and turn around and go for this Lord. And I'm not sure that Team Sexy is going to be able to stop it.
Oh my god, another big best player pulling him. The suppression doesn't happen. He uses that last insanity just to get away. Gal's Cutie also, you know, yes, Mark Cutie's 10-1, but those hooks are on fire tonight.
Yeah, at 11 assists right now, and they are focusing on this Lord. Not really much that Shark or the rest of Area 77 can do, and he gets caught again.
You can't walk into a bush when you're 10k gold behind, man. Last insanity does come in, though. Not able to take out Gal's Cutie, though, so that overextension was not worth it. Yeho under the tower with that Tortoise Pusins. In comes Mark Cutie, but he will overextend and get shut down. Yeho gonna try to get out of here, but the tower shots are just too much. But still, once again, it's a 3-for-2 trade. 23-7 right now, and the Lord goes to the side of Area 77.
Yes, you do see Area 77 getting a little too greedy, diving their turrets. However, they do have Lord coming out, so technically they did win that team.
Yeah, they a lot of aggression by them, especially diving in there, especially Marcuti inside their base. Unnecessary, basically. But they do they have this Lord coming down the mid, so they have the room, they have the space to be able to make these types of mistakes.
Ooh, and a nice pick onto Mitsuke with that Divine Judgment, I think it's called. I can't quite remember. Nicolette pulling him under. They are going to clear this wave. Lord taken off. So once again, Team Sexy does have the Lord clear. They are able to defend, but is it going to be enough? I mean, we're looking at a big gold deficit. I think they need to 77 keep making those mistakes. Don't play super aggressive. You know, kind of let them come to you.
Right, but even all the engagements, all the mistakes that Area 77 has made, I feel like they're able to recoup from it so quickly that it doesn't even feel like a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that you're waiting for Area 77 to make a mistake, and when they haven't made a mistake, they've been dominating the first 10 minutes of this game. So, I mean, sure, you can wait for a mistake, but you have to make something happen at some point.
Right.
But we'll have to see if Area 77 can kind of maintain their composure, regroup, and do what they were doing for the first half of this game.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, Lord up 50 seconds. Does Team Sexy contest this one? Because this could, I mean, we're at the 12-minute mark. Area 77 has a huge lead. Do they sit back and let one more push in and buy a bit more time? Or do they try to make a play right here? Oh, Nicolette with a nice grab on Yato, and the knockup comes from Shark, getting the kill. And this is what I mean. They need, let Area 77 keep coming to you. Oh,
well, what's happening? Oh gosh, again.
Same bush, same exact spot, Shark. Sir Bossy now coming in though with a nice petrify, able to zone in onto Marcuti, but still getting outplayed. The last insanity though does get the kill. We're looking at 2-2 on the map. Mitsuke knowing they need to back off. Best player now getting a bit more sustainability and outputting just a little bit more steady DPS. Nicolette also doing some nice burst damage, bringing Mitsuke down a little bit. For once, we're seeing Team Sexy take over the map control and push Area 77 back. But look at Gals with the conceal play. Yeho also. Watch out, Zia. Don't do it. Don't do it. The suppress comes in and down goes Zia. Nice positioning from Gal's Cutie there.
I was going to say that they have, I could see where the plan was coming in, because they would throw up the Grok wall and pretty much isolate all of team where Area 77 couldn't contest it, couldn't get over that wall. So they have a plan here for it, but they're still making those mistakes with that bush. Shark just getting destroyed. These bushes are pretty much his biggest nemesis in this game right now.
At this point, I think Shark needs to stop checking bushes, especially if his teammate doesn't have the damage to back him up whenever he needs to disengage. It's kind of hard. I know that's like your duty as a tank, but Area 77 is always close by to catch them off guard.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, maybe it's just using some of those ranged abilities that you have to go ahead and force the check from, well, and that's the thing too, is like, what do you have in the form of a ranged? They're actually pretty short when it comes to that.
Yeah.
And this mid tower is actually going to go down.
Does go down. Best player taking a bit of burst damage. Yato coming in, forced to use that last standing just to get away. He will get that shield back in a second though. 2 inhibitors down now. The Lord is getting melted. Yato uses those black shoes and goes right in. Sharp with a nice knock up. Mark Cutie does have the immortality, able to flicker out of the base and get away, bringing back that sniper shot. Look at the health bars of Team Sexy. They gotta buy some time, get under the fountain, back off. The problem is Area 77 just didn't sync up these waves enough, and they're not gonna be able to take this top inhibitor. Nice flicker from Zia into the back, able to get a kill on the Yato. Yato now focusing in a nice double kill. Mark Cutie also going down. Team Sexy finally bringing some answers in this match.
Yeah, and the moment that they bring down that Beatrix is when they start they're smelling blood in the water, and they're like pushing forward so hard, and they're going to be able to get some towers out of this as well. And yeah, that not syncing up those waves beforehand kind of cost Area 77 what could have been all of the inhibitors here.
Blue team base turret has been destroyed.
Oh, we're having a bit of an engage. Sorry about that, guys. Best player does get the kill, but will get locked down. The immortality comes out, so actually he will survive as Gal Cutie trying to get away, not quite able to. Team Sexy may be reverse sweeping this game here.
That's exactly what they need there, especially since Area 77 has been dominating every single team fight, controlling the map this entire time for the entire game. So that's definitely something that Team Sexy needed to take back from them.
So I feel like Area 77 just needs to be patient, needs to be calm, wipe away that sweat, and realize that they, especially because that top turret did just go down, the inhibitor turret. So they are going to have these, I don't know what you call them, the bigger minions are going to be crashing in. So it's all going to be on Team Sexy to be making any mistakes or trying to make a play here. So I feel like if Area 77 is a bit more patient, they should be able to kind of clinch this. Oh, and we have the conceal come in.
Oh, nice play on the Shark. The burst damage is there. Nicolette trying to keep distance. Shark able to flicker out and use the ultimate just to get away. But this buys enough space for Area 77 to try to take this lore. But I don't think Team Sexy is going to sit back and let this one go down. Sir Bossy coming into that back, causing some disruption. Will take a bit of damage. Shark also low. I don't know if he wants to force this, but it looks like Area 77 does. Are going to get knocked up from that Lord, and their health bars are getting a little low, taking the brunt of those Lord shots. Nicolette trying to get an on, and Mitsuke. Team Sexy just buying more and more space. In comes the last Insanity. Yato able to steal the Lord though, and down goes Shark to Mark Cutie. Yeho though will pay the price. Mark Cutie keeping a distance, sending those shots. A nice hook onto Nicolette. The suppression comes in, not quite able to finish though. The flicker comes out. Best player goes down also. We're having a brawl. Zia takes that Cutie, but ends up biting the bullet for it. It's 3 against 1 with the Lord crashing down the middle. I don't think Team Sexy's getting out of this one. Too many minions. This could be it. A 2-0 sweep. Sir Bossy buying some space, but the base will go down.
Wow.
That was a phenomenal play from Area 77. Like, seeing how they played against Team Sexy, I'm surprised that they even they aren't even in the finals, but that was a well-deserved win. I know that some people in chat are saying that their Team Sexy was trolling. Now, seeing how Area 77 is playing against Team Sexy, I feel like it's a well-deserved win.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's controlling rather than the nerves getting to you a little bit here, especially after that sweep that they took to Insomniacs here. Just I feel like the respect for the opponent's damage was not there on the side of Team Sexy. So many times they went in where these types of mistakes are not the types of mistakes I'm used to seeing, like from the people the caliber of Team Sexy. Those face checks into that bush, costing Sharky a lot, and then a lot of the his team having to kind of like come together after that to not just deaths, but deaths that were going to Marcutie, getting him fed to where he was just becoming this absolute monster toward the mid game. And well played. It takes a lot to be here at this level as well. And if this tells you anything, it's the level, because you were just saying about how you're not even sure how Area 77 lost the game to New Wave, but I think that says something about New Wave and Insomniacs that we're going to have in this grand finals, that they're just at a higher level right now.
Yeah, it's when it comes down to the wire like this, it's any team I think could rise to the top. You know, I like the way that Exia says, you know, none of these teams are bad teams. None of these teams are rough teams. Team Sexy literally swept everybody throughout the whole season. They did not take a single series loss until now. So I mean, this is of course, this is when it really matters, when you're in the playoffs. This is when you really need to shine. And maybe you know, a lot of the new teams, you know, they brought in things like this Bashia jungle. They've adapted, brought in some new strategies. The Franco tank just completely shattered the aggression that Shark normally brings, because he's always bush checking. He's always keeping vision for his team. And it was just such a huge counter to the way Shark plays in general. I mean, not just to his heroes, but the way that Shark maneuvers around the map. They were waiting for it. You know, it's Area 77, I think, brought their plan, and they outplayed them this time. Does that mean they're the better team? Does that mean Team Sexy is a better team? Not exactly, you know, because Team Sexy's beaten them before. It's just tonight, Area 77 got the better of them, and that happened. So congratulations, Area 77. You take third place. Congratulations, Team Sexy. You take fourth place. But now we are going to be jumping into the finals. Let's get back to this caster's desk here. What a night. What a turnaround, huh, guys?
Yeah, I could honestly say, especially I expected some sweeps, but definitely not the sweeps I've seen coming from this so far. And it goes to show just like how much things can change when you're at that final level, you're at that championship level. Whether nerves or other things came into play, or you saw some, for the most part, I wasn't expecting to see Team Sexy get outdrafted the way that they did. And if they got outdrafted, I didn't expect to see the outplays that I seen, especially some of the things I saw in that Clint. Absolutely beautiful by... I already lost Marcutie. Yeah, he
carried both
honestly,
of those games heavily.
Yeah, honestly, just a highlight of both of those games. But like right now, New Wave versus Insomniacs. New Wave's going to be fresh off of their sweep of Area 77. They've had a lot more time to rest now. But are their hands cold, so to speak? Like, are they a little bit more untested now, even though Insomniacs coming off of a win about an hour ago off of Team Sexy, and what that has to do for their morale for the team to be going in with that type of momentum. It's honestly anybody's game right now. I'm actually really excited because seems like it's going to be a very, not just an even match, but definitely two different play styles and strategies that we've been seeing here in these playoffs coming from them. Whether it's a New Wave with that double tank comp, or they're counter to the double tank comp, and then seeing that because they use that as an answer to Area 77, and then Insomniacs, who also were able to strategize and come with answers to Team Sexy. So we've got two teams that have what it takes to outdraft and to play off of each other. So it's almost like a mind game here, and I'm just as excited for the draft as I am to see the actual games.
I think we all are, and it's good that you pointed out. I have noticed that New Wave is a team that typically, I guess, creates the meta in this league in a way where they are choosing different heroes before, I guess, the rest of NA even picks up that idea or that strategy or that meta.
Most definitely. I need you guys to take over for just a second.
Yeah, no problem. One of the big standouts here from the last game on Thursday was that they were able to, I was actually kind of taken aback because of the Lolita pick with the X-Borg for the side of New Wave, because I didn't really see how it would play without the marksman for Lolita to be countering. But with her with that Luminal Blast and that passive shield that she was able to give to her team, it almost looked, you almost couldn't tell that New Wave wasn't the one with the double composition because of how quickly they were bursting down Area 77. And I want to see if they're going to be able to bring that, or maybe a different answer to the side of Insomniacs here, because I don't feel like Insomniacs stick to the same thing all the time. So and that's what has me really interested in this matchup here, because you have two teams that adjust, that are so fluid in what they pick and how they pick it, and what type of comps and strategy that they bring, that there's not really one isolating thing to pick out. It's not that over aggressive tank that they're going to be able to burst down. There's not that that one player. It's an entire team that is working as one unit as a counter to the other team.
You're right on that, but I feel like New Wave. I keep on forgetting that that's your new name, your new squad name. TSU, who was New Wave, who was formerly known as TSU. I feel like New Wave has been the key leader, the ringleader of picking up new heroes to play in the league. I think they have shown that in almost every series that they have played for the previous series. But I'm excited to see what they're going to bring forward towards Insomniacs. Yes, this is the finals. It will be a best 5. Yeah. So we're going to be here for quite a while, you guys.
We're going the long haul.
Yeah, and just like you were saying, the trendsetter, the ones making the adjustments and what other people are going off of, almost to a fault, because we saw at the end of the league, toward the end of the league, TSU having a little bit of growing pains, dealing with the new meta, trying out new things. But I think Rex was saying that their team captain came in right before the start of the playoffs here to say you're going to see something different here. You're going to see a different type of team here, and we in every sense of the word. This is a completely different team in New Wave that we've seen here in the playoffs than we saw at the end of the season.
I mean, they're definitely a new team. They're definitely a different team than what we've seen. And like you said, I said it last Thursday, V-Gamer told me, he's like, I know we haven't been doing that great, but we're definitely going to bring our A game to the playoffs. And they most definitely have. And it almost makes me, was that final part of the season where they've lost a lot of, they lost like 3-4 games in the end of the season, but they were trying out some different things. They were, with the newest patch that came in, they were doing, several different compositions that they'd never really ran before. So I have a feeling that, they knew they were going to make it the top 6. So let's use this time to practice. What's a better way to practice this than against the top teams in NA? It's so hard to practice those new compositions in a ranked game or, in something like that. So they had the opportunity to run some different things, see what works, and now it's showing that, they're definitely shining right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's good that you even pointed that out. New Wave has been a trendsetter in the league, and it's good that they even took advantage of securing their spot in the top 6 to try out those to try out the new revamps with the double tank. Yes, they were playing their best then. However, seeing that they even made it to the finals, I'm pretty sure they're ready to show off those new picks.
Yeah, and I just want to see how Team Insomniacs can answer what New Wave brings. We see that they do have the flexibility to be able to answer with counter picks, with counter strategies here. It's going to be, if ever a game I didn't want to sweep, this is it. This series, I want it to go the full bit. I want back and forth. I want to see these teams answer each other.
They have time to do that, so they do have time to do that. I just put a poll in right now, and we are dead even. New Wave just climbs to 53%, but and they are slowly raising in, but. I think we got a lot of fans for New Wave, aka old TSU, and we got a lot of. I think after seeing Insomniacs beat Team Sexy, a lot of Insomniacs fans. If your favorite, you got to vote for the team that beats your favorite team, right? You got to go ahead and do that. They are rolling into the lobby now, guys, so it shouldn't be much longer for the grand final, the championship game, the game we've all been waiting for. And like Exai said, we're going best of 5. We're going the long haul, so hopefully we will see some back and forths. Plenty. You got 3 games to figure it out. If you lose the first one, you lose the second one, you got a whole nother game to try to come back with some sort of answer for the team that's beating you. So here's the question: do we see the full 5 here? Do we see 4 games, or is it going to be a 3-game sweep?
You guys have been saying that we were going to see a best of 3. I thought we were going to see a best of 3 against Insomniacs and Team Sexy, right? Also Team Sexy with Area 77, but that didn't happen, so this might be a best of... I don't know, I don't think we'll see 5 games, I don't know.
I'm just gonna need T-Rex to say he's gonna see a sweep so that we can see this whole thing play out.
Right,
because
I'm not gonna say anything this time. I'm not gonna say anything.
Good call, right.
Nothing is coming out of my mouth right here. We're just going to keep it. I'm just going to say, normally I'm always an unbiased caster. I don't ever say anything. I let you guys decide on those. And tonight I've definitely been jinxing some teams here.
Yeah, it's just been some amazing games. I mean, shouts out to all the teams who've been competing, and even Team Sexy. But everybody loves to see what they consider the best team get beaten every once in a while.
Right.
You want to see that other teams are learning, that other teams are being able to pick stuff up, because you don't want to just have one team the entire time just be this complete dominance force. And this, I mean, in all terms too, even logically, just makes for fun content here. But I mean, just to see these teams move up and change from how they were, like Area 77, like how they played tonight, and unfortunately what had happened with their games on Thursday versus Team New Wave. I mean, they have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with, that they do have that just indomitable force, especially to be able to beat Team Sexy. And then now what we're going to be seeing here between Insomniacs and New Wave, I don't know. I'm hype. I'm just we just need to get these matches started already.
Yeah, they should be starting soon. Insomniac's just waiting for the last player to get in. I definitely don't think. You know what? I'm gonna make the call. I don't think we see a sweep. I don't think we see a sweep. And now I've cursed it. But I just don't think it's going to happen. I think, we are down to the wire. I don't know if we're going to see a full 5 here. Of course, I'd love it. But I think we're going to see 4 games. Which way that goes, I can't say for sure. But I think we're going to see a 4-game match here.
Well, regardless, having 3 matches, 3 wins in a row is pretty harsh against 2 really great teams. So I agree that we're not going to be seeing a sweep, especially at this caliber with the level that these 2 teams have been playing at. I just am eager to see how those games unfold and how these guys are able to answer each other.
I think that I want to point out that you said earlier, Priv8, is that we have seen a lot of. Not a lot, but we have seen more teams, more underdog teams that are headed to, that was headed to the playoff and then the finals. We did see Team Sexy lose to Area 77 and also Insomniacs, but that shows that we have a lot more competition in any server in North America. And I know that a lot of people are saying that North America is a dead server, but I think this league, these teams show that we can bring competition. We can bring MPL to North America too.
Yeah, definitely by these teams. Just the advancement in this league alone that these teams have gone through is showing some real life in NA, and I'm really happy to even just be casting for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think so many players and this has just been an awesome event. I think this season, one of the funnest things that's happened this season is seeing some of the newer teams come in, seeing all these teams just get better. I mean, I honestly believe a lot of these teams have gotten stronger. Some of the newer teams like Deuce Knights, yes, they have some veteran players on them, but finally seeing some of these players form together. The Simpsons, some of the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs also, deserve a honorable mention because they all worked hard. That's number 6 and 5 spot was up in the air for a lot of teams before the playoffs happened. So definitely, it's definitely been a lot of fun watching this season. Honestly, I enjoyed this season so much more than season 1.
Yeah, definitely, and it's definitely been a lot of experience that goes into this. Even for those teams who didn't do as well as they had hoped, or had just being able to face teams on this type of level is an experience in itself, and being able to kind of absorb that and come back again for the different tournaments that we're going to be having here in NA as well.
All right, so we are going to do our ping check now. We'll be starting shortly. I'm going to put up, while we're doing this ping check, I'm going to put up the wait screen for about 3 minutes. That way, if my casters need to, they can use the bathroom and get some water if they need to. So we'll be coming back to you guys in just a few minutes before we start this game. So you can do the same, grab some water, use the bathroom. We'll be starting in just a few minutes.
Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me.
All right, jumping into the grand finals. This is Insomniacs up against New Wave. We have done the ping checks. We are ready to go. Insomniacs will have first pick here. I've made my guess. I think we're gonna see 4 games. I don't know which side it will be. Private, did you think we're gonna go the full 5 here?
I'm gonna say yes because I want it to go. I'm gonna will it to go to 5.
Okay. Exia?
I have no preference. I don't know. I'm just here to watch. I just want to watch the game already.
I'm just here to watch. It's
I just came in the back door, sat down.
Whatever way it goes, I'm just happy to be here. That we have some competition that we have this week. Thank you T-Rex for even hosting this for us.
Yeah, it's been. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. it's definitely been a nice calling and something interesting to do, and I'm excited that we're getting so many more tournaments coming. I feel like the work is finally starting to show some fruit, you know? But before we start getting sentimental here, we do have Insomniacs versus New Wave Esports Club. We will see the Lilia get immediately banned from the side of Insomniacs, and then the Yuzong. So pretty typical. We know Gala's been serving it with the Yuzong, so I think it's a valid ban.
Yeah, no, definitely want to see what they're gonna go as far as this new meta, because I don't recall a Lilia pick in the last series with New Wave. More so than the heavier, tankier hitters, like with the Xborg, the Boxia, the Lolita, and stuff like that. And of course, here's the Masha ban. Yeah, it's just nobody wants to deal with that right now. Nobody feels like finding the proper answer for it. I think the only thing I've even seen in like MPL has been like a Valier pick, but then like you're sowing one person for a Masha, and then that Valier is going to get destroyed by the rest of the team.
But like every time that I've seen Masha being picked in the league, I feel like Masha is just based on objectives rather than like smooth fights. What do you guys think?
Well, with them, I mean, we saw her the other day. Actually ran as a tank, and it was our first time showing. Is that what they're running her overseas? I don't think so. But she ran as a tank and just was able to really bully into the enemy jungle. And we're talking about like normally, like you see Shark giving vision or something like that. Like imagine him giving vision, but also being able to like bring you down to half health and have. I mean, she has like full health, but she has 3 full health bars. So in the early game, she can just exert a lot of pressure, and then you match that with damage towards the end. She's definitely a monster. I want to say though, I think this game's a bit, I feel like Insomniacs are more of just kind of like typical bans right now, kind of putting their feelers out. I don't feel like there's many targets on their side, to whereas New Wave taking out the Yuzong from Gala, taking out this Fanny from Craxy from what we saw last game. So definitely both teams taking some different strategies here.
Yeah, and then especially because now you're going to be leaving. Right now, you still have Esmeralda and Eve open. Oh, Esmeralda open. So I'm going to see if Insomniacs go ahead and scoop that up, or if they have a different answer in mind. And it looks like they do. They're going to be going with the Grok.
You know, it still hasn't proved to me, at least the team hasn't yet, it hasn't been proved in this league, at least so far, that is a prio pick. Stark locked it and immediately lost with it. Plenty of teams have been locking it like it is the most godly pick, and it just hasn't really came through yet. Hopefully Insomniacs can do something different.
Ooh, and Area 77, or Area 77, I'm sorry. Insomniacs.
Get off of my stage.
Immediately answer New World's Esmeralda pick with that Dairoth going on the side of Gala there. So definitely seeing some countering here going on. And yeah, Grok hasn't been in this league, but elsewhere, I guess it just depends on how well you use him. There's certain spots now, because he is susceptible to magic damage, because he does need a little bit of time to rev up, and you do need to get that you do need to cover up and block that hole with either the with some type of defense to the magic damage for Grok. It just depends on how you're using him. I don't know. I would love to say, oh, I've been having success with him, but I don't play at a level that these guys do, and I don't have the answers, and I'm sure that the enemy doesn't always have the answers that these guys do when I pick a Grok, or when somebody else at my level picks a Grok. So I guess we're going to see how well this lines up for the side of Insomniacs here.
Right, but speaking of countering earlier, you do see Craxy on Lunox, which is great against Esmeralda. However, Tamal did pick up Lolita, so that is going to be a problem for Lunox specifically.
But they don't only pick up the Lunox, they also pick up the Dairoth, which yes, Team Sexy didn't. It ended up falling off, and they end up losing that game. But you could see in that game how well it did against the Esmeralda. So just like what we saw Insomniacs do to Team Sexy, we see them picking to what the enemy picks. We see them counter picking, counter drafting. They lock in that Grok first, which is just kind of like all right, we need to put something up front, so then we can let you pick 2, and we come back with counter picks. So So who's going to come out on top of here? We are seeing some bans come out, and that Xborg getting banned off. My guess is we may just see Insomniacs pick another tanky frontliner here for either their EXP or possibly their jungle.
Oh yeah, I was definitely thinking the same thing. Taking out that Xborg, because it definitely was a core part of the strategy that won New Wave their matches against Area 77 against that dual tank composition. So I definitely think we're going to be seeing another tank come out of the side of Insomniacs. I am kind of wondering with this Lolita pick, I don't really feel like it was a counter to something that Insomniacs picked, more so than it is something that will help out New Wave's composition, what they're trying to do. Like, it looks like they're trying to get something that will help synergize with the Esmeralda dive, or with that ult that comes in, and maybe something else that will come in there with that, with a AoE damage as well.
Yeah, I guess plenty of CC chain, you know, make sure that in those team fights, if they can line up something big. Dogtor bringing in the Sicilian, a lot of endgame possibilities for New Wave right now. You have Japanese on the Clint. We know how well Japanese has done in this Clint. He's been shredding through the playoffs with it. And now you have Dogtor on the Sicilian, just heavy end game damage. Burst. So does New Wave just want to try to bide some time here and make it to the end game where they can just take advantage of this? But Pokey getting that Lancelot, essentially his signature hero, you know, one of his best picks. From the looks of it to me, it's going to be a big early versus end game thing here. I don't know.
Well, I was just looking at this too, and I was wondering what they're going to have to dive into the Sicilian, and then they picked up the Farja and the Lance here to be able to kind of Lance being able to dive into that back line so easily, and Ashley on this Farja is going to be able to rain fire on them as well. But then on the side of New World, they picked up this Ling as well, and I honestly, this is going to be a very I do not pity you right now for doing the play-by-play for a Ling and a Lance being played at this level. Going to be all over the map.
All over the place. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are jumping in to the first game of the grand finals, and I got to say, I think the Ling pick was a good pick. It gave New Wave, you know, it gave them, they had the late game, and now they've sealed the deal with a little bit of early game pressure. So they just have an all-around well-done comp, but so has Insomniacs. They have the Lunox for late game damage, they have the Farza for late game burst, and they have this Lancelot for the early game. So it's definitely a hard call to tell on who won this draft. Both teams bringing in nice counters to the other teams.
Well, and then for me right now, I'm kind of wondering for Ling, what is his target going to be here? The only real one I see is probably a Farja, unless the rest of his team can go ahead and burst him down before Ling dives in. We see Hate here putting on a little bit of pressure here. Yeah, into Nikto's jungle.
I feel like a Farza against a Ling, it would be kind of hard to even catch a Ling, especially with the Farza pick. However, I think Lunox would be a good pick against Ling at least.
Look
Farza
at
not
the
so much.
aggression from Insomniacs, though, coming in, slowing down Nikto on this jungle. Pogi is going to steal that camp, and he's going to even go up and try to steal this other camp. He is alone this time, though. Needs to be careful, play safe. Is he going to be able to take it? He does take that camp, and now he's going to back off to maul Nikto, trying to zone in. Nikto not able to get on that wall and chase him down.
Yeah, a lot of aggression on the side of Insomniacs right now, able to steal away. I think it was 2 camps that they were able to take away as well. So it's definitely going to put a little bit of a stutter into Nikto's jungle and his level 4.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ling's still level 3 too, but look at them going back and forth at each other's jungle, just trying to trade camps. Nikto able to take that one, but he is a little overextended. Yala doing some nice damage. Dogtor's there to help CC him up a little bit and help Nikto get away, but Nikto's going to have to go back to base after this.
You guys were pointing out about how Poggy was stealing all of Nikto's jungle, but I want to point out Nikto got to level 4 before Poggy got to level 4. So that delay didn't even matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it just comes down to how these players can deal with this type of aggression. They don't freak out. They don't panic. They just move on with it. If they're not going to get that camp, they move on and keep farming up.
Oh, Ziggy doing a nice fallen Star Moon on to Gala. And a little bit of damage. Nikto pushing forward, able to get the kill on to Gala. 2 kills going to the side of New Wave. And now Hate Force under this tower. I mean, New Wave keeping up some nice aggression and just putting a nice pace to this game right now.
Yeah, 2 kills for New Wave, even though they did let that turtle go over to Insomniac. So there's some answers here, and it's really interesting, and especially with what Isaiah brought up. Even though they are losing some of these objectives, even though they are getting their jungle taken, still maintaining their cool, still able to get their level 4 beforehand, and still able to capitalize on even losing some of these objectives.
Yeah, but Pogi in a bit of a bad position up in this bush right now is going to be surrounded. Does come in on Tamal. Tamal is going to get stopped. I don't know if that was a bait or if he was really just trying to go back to base there. Hate's going to, look at this, wait for it. Wait for the wall, wait for the wall. Oh, no, he decided to let him go back way back in the mid. Nikto is engaging on to Gala, uses that Tempest of Blades to lock down, decides to disengage Ashley with the Feathered Airstrike, not able to connect those shots, though.
Yeah, Dogtor and Nikto very able to disengage very quickly out of that Feathered Airstrike. It kind of, and usually Feathered Airstrikes are usually set up with that first ability of Fire does to go ahead and slow them down. So I mean, I guess it was more just to kind of ward them off a bit rather than to actually get too much damage done onto them.
And Hate continues to be aggressive.
I just want to point out that Hate did just steal Nikto's blue buff right there. It's with his first skill.
This is
wow.
So this is the thing that Grok can do is come in. He does have the defense, and it's what he used to be used for in the past when he was,
right.
You know, and him and Kufro were like the meta way back. And it seems like he's getting some of that revivability, is able to push Nikto back, and Nikto can't even go to try to take this camp here. Pogi coming in, they are dashing in. Tempest of Blades used just to get away. And I don't know who got that camp, but still the aggression coming from the side of Insomniacs right now. Even though they're at a kill deficit, they're able to keep up in this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ling kind of on a back foot here, especially when Ling loses that blue buff. It can be a little detrimental to him being able to connect all those cooldowns for him.
Yeah, we are having a bit of a battle up in the top. Craxy will go down. Pogi dashing up. Japanese needing to go back to base once again. But this is just, you know, it's an interesting game right now. We're at 3-0. The gold is practically even, though. And both teams just consistently pushing back into each other. But not so much that there's any huge team fight.
Yeah, both turtles have gone over to the side of Insomniacs, but New Wave still has the gold lead here and able to answer with another kill as well. So, I mean, a very even game here so far.
Right.
I think it's going to come down to, I want to see, like, probably a little bit more protection on New Wave's blue buff here. Grok has basically just been able to kind of, like, bully his way into the jungle since the beginning of this game. And I think that's going to be one of the key points for this game as well.
I think what Insomniacs need to worry about here, wait a second, Tempest of Blades coming down onto Gala, but it's more just an escape technique. Once again, Gala coming in onto Pokey, doing some damage, but we're just, you know, it's, whoa. The damage from Dyroth, man, is just insane up in the top. I mean, they're just back and forth, but no one's going down. But wait, hold my breath. Down goes Nikta. Gala able to get that kill. No, Pogi able to get that kill.
I've noticed that Nikto is always using his ult ability to even escape, not really to engage, and I feel like that's the reason why he just died there.
Well, yeah, and then there's the fact of, like, who is he going to be targeting with that?
Right.
That's what I was saying from the beginning here. What is he gonna? Who is his target for this? Tamal looks actually in trouble here.
Yeah, he is using the Demon on Blast, though, able to land it down. A couple tower shots to hit. Can the finish come in? Not able to get the kill, but the tower goes down. Insomniac's now taking 2 towers on the map, and one of those is the mid tower, which is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, that map, if they weren't invading their jungle before, which they were, like, this is definitely going to open it up for the tide of Insomniacs here to be able to... Oh, it's like Ashley using that wings by wing to get away. Oh.
So, I mean, one thing I think what New Wave kind of has in their back pocket, which we've seen a lot of, we saw Area 77 completely carry with it earlier. Japanese on this Clint. Yes, he has 1 death. Craxy's got 2, though. And Clint's known he can take a death and still be extremely damaging in the mid-game. He can still scale very, very well. And now that he's going to rotate down to this bottom lane, he's going to have a bit more availability to move around the map. Ziggy with a huge falling star moon, though, into Ashley. In comes the Tempest of Blaze, but it doesn't even matter because she's already taken out. Gala now on the run. Ziggy and Nikto decide to opt back. I think they're going to focus in onto this EXP lane tower and try to answer back with some material of their own.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to start seeing a different game as we start getting more to the late game, as Dog Tour starts coming online, as Japanese starts coming online. Ooh.
Yeah, big play. Nikto will go down. Craxy and Hate, though, still with the death counters. Back and forth. Dog Tour taking out Gala along with it. Ziggy now chasing down Pogi. A nice feathered airstrike slowing down Tamal. Pogi's going to use that ultimate and the puncture, but it looks like he wants to re-engage. Will get caught up. Phases out of that falling star moon, and Ashley here to back him up. The mechanics right now of some of these team fights definitely off the wall.
Yeah, Poggy definitely wowing out there, but you see Japanese here wisely able to, in the midst of all that chaos, they're able to take out this top tower as well. And I believe we are even on towers now.
We are
even on towers. We are almost even on gold as well, so it is still anyone's game. Have you guys noticed that Team Insomniacs has been securing all the turtles and New Wave has not bothered to contest for it? I mean, they have contested for the first 2, however, they just let the 3rd one just go to Insomniacs.
Turtles a dead objective, man.
Yeah,
it's you know, and it sounds silly, but as this season has moved forward, a lot of teams have not prioritized Turtle anymore, and they're able to keep the gold even without taking it. It's like the whole way to big play though onto Tamal. A beautiful phase out from Pogi, dodging that shot from Dog Tour. In comes the Tempest of Blades, though, and he phases out once again, not able to connect onto Pogi, just dodging every shot they send at him. Ziggy trying to come along the back. Pogi wants to re-engage, able to get the kill on to Dog Tour. Japanese going down as well. Ziggy may be next as Craxy comes in from the back. It's a 4-man wipe. On the side of New Wave, they will go down, and now Gala pushes forward. Ziggy all alone, defending this tower with his life.
Yeah, so you see Insomniacs doing a really good job with the early game advantage, especially since their comp is geared towards early game. However, I want to see if they're able to even bring that comp, bring their team into late game, especially since they do have heroes that are geared towards late game on the side of New Wave.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. Like, it's all going to come down to how well New Wave scales into that late game and into those team fights, because I think that's where they're going to actually shine. Not with these kind of like one-off pickoffs here. Oh gosh.
Yeah, Nikto in a bit of a bad position, and he just when he re-engages, Gala's there like, hey, back up, get off Ashley. Comes in. They're going to wrap up this. They're going to wrap up this Lord. So another objective going to them, and this is with both those towers in the mid lane gone. I'm hoping that they really sync up these lanes well and take away even more from these off lanes, and this should really help seal the deal for Insomniacs, because like you guys said, they don't want to let it get too late game with Japanese on this Clint, with Dog Tour on the Sicilian. They need to try to wrap this up as soon as possible.
Yeah, and it's coming down to like as they were taking these other turtles, was that a part of New Wave's game plan, or are they just not having are they not able to get these objectives? Because I mean, it's one thing to get a turtle, but it's another thing to let them have a Lord as well. Yeah,
but look at this back play. Nikto coming in on Ashley, so Gala able to get the kill. Gala and Ashley go down, but Lord is crashing down on the inhibitor, and this is something we saw from Insomniacs last time. You know, yes, you take 2 kills, but we're going to keep chipping away at your towers.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure if that was worth it for the side of New Wave here. Down to only their inhibitors here. Their entire jungle basically belongs to Insomniacs if they want. So I think we're going to start seeing a lot more engagements, a lot more... Oh!
Tempest of Blades comes down. Japanese pushing forward. Kraxi will go down to Maul with that flicker ult. Not quite able to connect though. Poggy in the back line, a little cornered here. 4 members coming in. Japanese doing some nice damage. Ziggy with the falling Star Moon just to try to catch up. They are going to chase him to the end of the world. Tamal falls into the hands of a feathered airstrike and will get taken off the map. The back and forth right now. Poggy with that puncture through wants to try to contest for this blue buff. They need to keep it out of the hands of Nikto. Gala creating some space and Poggy will secure that blue buff.
Yeah, a New Wave is having a heck of a time trying to answer this Lance right now. They cannot catch him. They cannot kill him. He's only got 1 kill right now. He is just all over the place, and I don't really see what they can do to kind of answer that right now. I think this might have been an issue with maybe their draft and Ziggy face checking this bush. But not a ton of damage actually going on there from Ashley.
At this point, I don't even know what New Wave could even do. I feel like Team Insomniacs has been doing a really good job. They aren't getting picked on. They are still like putting objectives regardless.
And most definitely, as they are raging in. Ashley with another sus ult there does create some space for their team, but Tamal will go down. I think the answer for New Wave, honestly, is wait for Cecilia. Dog Tortoise needs to get farmed up. They need. I think it's it's a 20-minute type game for them, or 16+ minute type game for them. Survive out the first 2 lords and really just push for the end game. Use Nikto as more of a macro, controlling waves, not really for these team fights, and just buy enough time for Japanese and Dog Tortoise to get online. A nice wall coming from Hate though, blocking off Ziggy's escape, but she doesn't want to run. She uses the Falling Star Moon to get out. In comes Poggy, puncturing through, uses the ultimate to disengage, and just the movements from him of, testing it every time, in, out, in, out.
Yeah, he's just, he's so slippery right now. But we do see an engagement here. It looks like they're not going to go ahead and let this Lord be taken without at least some type of an engagement from the side of New Wave.
So considering that all their teammates are up, you will see a contest at the Lord, but they did just back off, considering that some of them are still under cooldown for their ulti.
Not only that, but Nick, I mean, it's hard to go for a Lord when your enemy team has a Ling with Retribution. He's just so good at stealing those moves. Ziggy, though, is stuck in that wall, forces the Falling Star Moon just to get away, but Hate does not want to give up. Gala coming around the side, trying to catch Ziggy off guard, but walks right into Dog Tortoise's Bat's Feast. Now taking some damage from Japanese. A nice wall to create space and let Gala get away here. But while this is happening, Nikto in the top lane taking the tower.
Yeah, Insomniacs are just so good at supporting the getaway. Every single member of their team, it's just these little things like the wall or the slow from Farja. It's just New Wave is having a heck of a time trying to actually close the distance and then actually be able to get a kill off of it. But you did see that they were actually able to get a tower up top. And this is what happens with Lings. If you're not able to get the kills, if you're not able to actually get those ganks, the smartest thing for you to do is to actually just go ahead and start pushing those side lanes.
And not only that, but Ziggy's also scaled away, a little knocked up, but he's just able to get away every time. And that's something you got to point out with both teams. They've both been doing an amazing job at engaging and disengaging. And, it's not a huge death count for 15 minutes, or at least it's even. Bogey taking a bit of damage this time. And this is Dog Tor and Japanese. They're finally starting to scale. And it's going to be hard for Poggy to make those crazy engages like he was. Hate forced to flicker away. Ziggy, though, chasing in. Does have that ultimate way to use it. Kamal, though, will go down to the feathered airstrike. And this is where Dallas trying to push in, taking a bit too much damage from Japanese, though, forced to flicker back. In comes a puncture through with Poggy, able to get the kill onto Nikto, but will have to be forced into that immortality. Japanese getting locked up, and a nice flicker in from Kraxi, make it a triple coming in, and now Insomniacs is going to focus in on this Lord.
So even when New Wave had the advantage and it looked like they could actually turn their attention to the Lord, Hate went ahead and boxed the Lord out of his little hole here so that he couldn't even reset properly. And then they had to go ahead and try to give chase to Hate. Oh, that that was wonderful.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, they may take game one right here. Only 2 members of New Wave left. Ziggy, Tamal. Tamal does get knocked up, and it looks like they're going to chase after Ziggy instead, backing off. I mean, I get it. The death counters are kind of low, so let's just try to get this kill and put us at even more of an advantage. Lord still barreling down the mid. I'm wondering if this is smart. Well, stop chasing Ziggy. Push this wave.
I do think it's a smart play considering that they do have Lord up. If they get at least 1 kill, like Esmeralda, that does give New Wave a disadvantage whenever they have Lord up. Well, they already took loss, never mind.
Praxi
Wow, Ziggy took them. I'm sorry, I know Ziggy died, but took them to Juke City. It was just all over this place.
Right.
Definitely. Craxy, though, will go down, and Ziggy able to buy enough time to get his team back on the map, and not only that, but by positioning them in those spots, they're also able to get a kill onto Craxy, who's been kind of carrying this game for the side of Insomniacs a little. As we come in the late game, at least.
Yeah. Like I said, I just want to see the team fight coming from the side of New World, because right now they're just kind of getting outplayed and out macroed here. There's a few things that we've been seeing with the little saving graces there. You saw Ziggy able to help his team by negotiating the rest of the team Insomniacs away while his team was able to take down that Lord. But I just definitely want to see better setups on the side of New Wave here.
Yeah. I mean, one thing we have to point out, Japanese just locked in that Blade of Despair. He's got the Endless Battle, he's got Malefic Roar. He is where he needs to be right now. He's probably going to finish off with an Athena's Shield to help deal with the burst damage coming from Farza. But he's set. Dogtor also becoming set. And at this point, you know, we're closing in on that 20-minute mark I was talking about. Ziggy becoming almost impossible to kill. And this is when we're going to see New Wave, I think, start to take off. Able to get a nice pick onto Ashley. Craxy not even wanting to engage, sitting in this bush. Is he going to pick off Japanese here? Waiting for the moment.
Nah, it looks like she's just gonna go ahead and decide.
I don't know. Wait for it.
Have you guys been watching the items on Insomniacs? We don't have any anti-lifesteal except for Domin's Ice Up and Dialogue.
Hold on, wait a bit. Hate goes down. The rest of the team coming in tomorrow with that new one on blast. 3 members of Insomniacs make that 4. Pogi all alone now with 5 of New Wave standing up. They decide to not push. They want to play a save. Let's take this Lord. We know we can start winning these team fights now.
Yeah, and those are the engagements I was talking about. It just when the entire team is on the same level, on the same, I guess, note here, to be able to go ahead and it almost wiped out Insomniacs here and able to take this Lord. So now they're actually starting to come in, like you said, with those item checks there. Japanese and Dogtor are starting to come online here.
But yeah,
and
so
like you said, they don't.
There is no anti-lifesteal on the side of Insomniacs, which may be a. I mean, they have no way to deal with that Esmeralda. And I guess the plan was, you know, end this fast. Like, we don't want to even waste time on the anti-lifesteal. We know we have them even without it. But now that we're creeping into 20 minutes, it's obvious they don't. So do we see, you know, do they even have enough time to sell items and pick up some more anti-lifesteal?
Then, like, if you're running 2 mage, like, at least have 1 mage build anti-lifesteal. At least have 1 mage build necklace.
Yeah, but they are pushing in. Ziggy with the Fallen Star Moon right under the inhibitor. Tempest of Blades goes off, does a little bit of poke damage. The Lord is getting melted down. A New Wave wants to lock in. Nick, though, jumping to that back, sending them to the base. Down goes Hate, though. You will be taken out. The rest of the team pushed back a little bit. Tamal, a little low on health, forced to back off. The Feathered Airstrike does come in to create a bit of breathing room, but New Hate does not care. They're going to lock onto this inhibitor and take game 1.
That was a tough game, especially since Insomniacs was having that complete control of the early game, but we did know that New Wave was, they were choosing heroes to even scale for late game, and that's exactly what they planned for.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was kind of like ill prepped, as you said, on the side of Insomniacs for not having that anti-heal there. I believe when you get so far ahead, especially in the early game, you go for that raw damage. You don't even go for that pierce or that genius one. You go for that. I forgot what the heck it is. You go for the holy crystal or that awesome damage that you can do. And it looks like somewhere along the way they kind of like just didn't think about the anti-heal that would be needed about the Esmeralda, which kind of probably would have been on my mind after we had a 5-man chase for her with like Benny Hill music in the background when they weren't able to push with that Lord.
But I mean, but honestly, like Esmeralda, she's when you get to the late game, you don't, Gallo wasn't, and those are the situations I mean where sometimes the Dairoth just doesn't do the work it needs to. She 2, 1, and 12. She just got too far, and I think even picking up one anti-lifesteal item, putting Ashley with that, it still may have not been enough. Ashley also was, yes, she was able to do some zoning there, but she was never really able to get into a good position because I think she was just so worried about Nikto on the Ling, worried about Dogtor with the range. She never really was, her presence wasn't as felt as it normally is when she runs on that Farza.
Yeah, and this came down to like I was half about to say that I didn't like the Ling pick mid-match, but because I was saying like I don't know who his targets were. He's definitely going to have to depend on his teammates to do that engagements, to kind of whittle them down before he would actually be able to get in there. But we did see there toward the end, that's exactly what they were doing with that, especially with that Sicilian damage, and then Esmeralda going in there, and then finally Ling would actually, Nikto would actually dive in there with the Ling and be able to pick off the rest of the team on there, and it congratulations to them, because to be able to hold the line for how bad the beginning of that game looked, but apparently it to them it was basically everything was going according to plan.
End game, man. End game. A lot of teams don't want to always risk it to go for that end game and just try to bide enough time till you can win it. And they took that chance. They succeeded. They were, right around 16 minutes, they really started jumping ahead. Japanese got that Blade of Despair in. Dogtor's got his stacks up, and there was just nothing Insomniacs could do. But we are going to jump into game 2. Will Insomniacs bring in a win here? And that guarantees the game 4, like I called.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, definitely. And I was almost asking myself too, would it have been different if the entire team wouldn't have chased Esmeralda? If they had just kind of like seen it for what it was and just kind of pushed into, if they would have known it was a bait and just been like, all right, screw that, we're just going to go ahead and focus in on this tower, and then pushed in the core, would that have probably made a difference? Because that seems like it was the turning point for Insomniacs and New Wave.
Right, but I think if they picked up anti-lifesteal earlier on the side of Team Insomniacs, they could have picked off the Esmeralda a lot earlier. However, because her shield was insane, her mobility, like they kept on chasing her all around the map because it was so difficult to even kill the Esmeralda.
Yeah. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and Insomniacs are banning out that Grok, not wanting to see it on the side of New Wave here. But I'm not really sure that they were actually have used the Grok at all yet. I guess it's just they just feel like it is that powerful of a pick right now. I mean, they immediately locked it in, and now, so I mean, I think they made it a prio pick, so I think they think it's a monster pick. I think TSU New Wave also thinks it's a good pick, but once again, Insomniacs just kind of I feel like last game they were just kind of banning, to whereas New Wave's target banning, and Insomniacs not really picking apart any players on the side of New Wave. Yeah, that's true, and kind of like just completely dependent on trying to counter pick here. And Esmeralda picked back up. I think we might see a little bit of a different game, a little bit of a different answer here if they, like Xayah said, if they go ahead and pick up that deal with the Esmeralda like it's an Esmeralda instead of kind of ignoring it.
Hopefully they learned their lesson this time around. Maybe pick up anti-lifesteal a lot earlier.
Hopefully. I think we may see I mean, I don't know. They could have just sealed the deal a little better there.
all the injustice in the world.
Like it's not a guaranteed loss that, you know, sometimes you just had to beat them before a certain time and they ran out of time. So if they want to go for that same strategy again, they can, because they were winning the whole early game. They just need to, you know, seal the letter a little bit sooner.
Cleared the game early. Yep. Yeah, but I think New Wave does a really good job setting the game. They were very patient, allowing Plane and also Cecile to get to late game so that they can scale. So yes, the side of Team Insomniacs can try to end the game earlier, but New Wave does a good job extending the game too.
Yeah, and they literally just did the same thing as last time.
Yeah, and hopefully Insomniacs have an answer for it this time. It's interesting just because like all of the objectives, that's turtles, the Lord, all the turtles and up to the first Lord went into the side of Insomniacs. So they did it's not just that Insomniacs, I don't want to say like they misplayed, but the side of New Wave was doing such a good job of disengaging as well. So like while Insomniacs were getting those objectives, they weren't actually able to bring down the Clint and the Sicilian or get those kills on them to stop them from actually scaling in the late game as well. So it was just such a good job by New Wave to be able to disengage those. And we saw the same thing on the side of Insomniacs as well, with those disengagements and that Lance who was just basically it was just all over the map without being answered in that early game.
Yeah, so, but I mean, from what it looks like right now, we're not seeing much of a change up, at least from Insomniacs. Like, what are they gonna, do they lock in the Dyroth again? You know, how are they gonna deal with Ziggy on this Esmeralda? I think maybe just ban it. Like, why? I don't know, like you literally just let the three most important heroes that were the game changers in the last game through once again. So either you have some amazing pick that's going to completely shred those apart, but I just don't see it. I don't know if I'm missing some hero that's really important here, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm wondering that myself, because even with the real world manipulation, you are going to have that falling Moonstar on the side of Ziggy able to like crash down on the Ashley as soon as she sets up. And then is Gala going to be able to get back to that line there and be able to get Ziggy off of her? Or, I mean, I don't really see the answers on the side of Insomniacs here, and I feel like New Wave is very confident in this comp until they get proven wrong. I think they're just gonna it looks like they're just gonna run what they want, what they did last game as well, until they get proven that there's some kind of hole in this plan.
Exactly, don't change it if it's still working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I'm kind of serious what both teams will be choosing for their roam for their tank.
Yeah, I like the Ruby ban from New Wave there. Ruby runs well with, especially with the Eve.
I've been waiting for too long.
Is that the answer to Esmeralda?
Late game?
I mean, it is. They are bringing their own late game finally.
But they gave up. They gave up the X-Borg.
Yeah, but is that good here? I mean, it did well against.
I don't think Insomniacs even needed X-Borg. They could have chosen like.
You are facing a cluster.
The glue?
I don't know, but let's see. I think I don't know how I feel about these comp, but
one thing I can say is Tamal is a god on the Jawhead. Season 1, he rained destruction down with that Jawhead. Is it still as good? I don't know. I do like that Insomniacs brought some late game potential with that carry. I'm excited to see how Pogi handles it. I don't know how well the glue is going to do against the X-Borg. I feel like you kind of, like at first the X-Borg seemed like a useless pick.
right.
And then it looked like they just kind of picked right into it. I think he should be able to handle the glue okay and handle that tankiness of it. But I mean, the only time will tell. We're going to jump into this game here. This is game 2 of the grand finals.
Yeah, and another note on that Jawhead pick. I feel like I've been a big contester of the Jawhead falling out of the meta, and I feel like the only reason that he fell out of the meta is that so many people saw it, so many people learned how to deal with it, and it's actually been quite a while since people have seen or played against the Jawhead, and that surprise, I already forgot the name of it, the throw by Jawhead. I feel like that's going to be a big play here, especially for Eve, because he's going to be able to charge in there and jump at her and toss her backwards into his team. So that might be a huge character here on the side of New Wave and how they deal with this upcoming strategy from Insomniacs. We do have a pause here.
Sorry, we got a pause. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's happening. It looks like there was some connection issues with the side of TSU, so they need a few minutes to... Their Wi-Fi dropped?
New Wave,
my bad. New Wave. They had a slight Wi-Fi drop for one of the players, so they need a second to figure it out. We will give that... we will give them that, so we're going to see what happens here. But, you know, do you think this time... Insomniacs bringing in the late game damage of Pogi. They also, Craxy on this Beatrix, and they still have a decent front line. Is that so? Hate is going to be the tank with that Cho. I'm wondering if we're going to see any like early game pressure from that Cho, or if the side of Insomniacs, are they going to kind of play it patient here?
Well. Because you're basically on the side of Insomniacs. I think it's interesting. Both of these teams, I feel like, have the same game plan in mind, is scaling out into the late game, and then it's gonna come down to who does that better. Ziggy's gonna start having some huge issues toward the late game on that Esmeralda when dealing with the carry, and then with Craxy on that Beatrix. So it's going to come down to positioning. It's hard to call here with these two teams, especially with how they were last match and how well that both of these teams were able to engage and disengage.
And have a look at Tamal invading that red buff. Hate trying to upset Nikto a little bit, but they are going to be able to steal this red buff, I think, with the rest of the team going for that Litho Wander. A nice play from Tamal and Ziggy, but Hate is onto them. Does get the knock up. Tamal a little deep, able to throw Hate back so he can try to escape this, but Pogi closing in, does miss him with that wheel, but he's going to be able to close the distance and get the first blood on to Tamal.
Even though the side of Insomniacs did lose that red buff, I would have thought that it should have been a given that they should have zoned for that red buff, but Tamal did die with the buff, so was it worth it? Probably not.
Yeah, probably a bad steal, but I mean, I get the idea. You know, especially for a Jawhead, but yeah, maybe a little overextended there, being a little too crazy. Don't just because you won one game, don't get ahead of yourselves.
I'm getting a little cocky now, right?
Well, I feel like whatever you can do to slow down Carrie, because Carrie is just such a late game hero.
Right.
Whatever you can do to slow her down is a benefit.
And then you have Nikta engaging into the air, but still somehow secured that kill onto not Esmeralda, Beatrix.
Yeah, and so they trade. Ziggy goes down in the top lane. They get the kill onto Craxy in the bot lane. So I mean, Insomniacs definitely wants to slow down Ziggy as much as possible after what we saw last time. But is it worth it for the price of one of your major damage dealers, you know? And those, Hate with a nice way to drag it on Small. Real manipulation does come up. Not quite able to finish it. Can Craxy land the sniper shot? He cannot. A nice play from Hate. The idea was there, but just not able to get the finish execution. Back at the blue buff, Pogi trying to steal. He's able to get it. Ziggy on the trail. He's going to dash through that wall, and Pogi will get away with that blue buff steal.
Yeah, they did have the right thing in mind there, but they just weren't able to seal the deal onto Tamal, and he was able to safely get away there. Even with Craxy able to put a ton of damage on him, just wasn't able to close in with that last sniper shot. And yeah, we're kind of like at a standstill here right now. Both of these teams kind of biding their time, waiting for this next turtle to come up. And I wonder if this turtle is actually going to be something that they contest, or just like last game where they kind of like don't really care too much about it.
Right. So, like, something that I wanted to point out, you did see New Wave trying to contest for Carrie's jungle, but Carrie is still doing phenomenal in the jungle. And also, the 2 kills on Insomniacs have been given to Pogi.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what they want. Wait a second. Craxy goes down the bottom. A nice pick, but it's a trade overall because Nikto will also bite the bullet. But, I mean, you can't help but notice that Pogi's just kind of hanging out. The rest of his team is buying time for it, and that's what we normally see from these carries. The rest of the team kind of just buys time for Pogi to run through the jungles, eat things up, and get exactly where you need her to be. And, I mean, she's doing a good job. She's sitting at, what, 2,600 gold, far ahead of Nikto on the opposite side. So the game is slowly falling into the hands of Insomniacs, I would say.
Right, and it does seem like it could be an even game with the kills on the board and also the goals. However, if they're going to undermine Carrie, especially since she has been free farming a lot, it might be bad for New Wave towards the late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have an answer for this carry going in the mid game here. They're going to want to start actually focusing her. You see that they're going on to Ashley here, even though being chased by Poggy. Like, that's something that's not going to be able to fly during mid to late game. And Ziggy actually.
I don't know who I want to follow here. Pogue. I'm like, there's a battle in the mid. There's Poggy's also chasing someone down. Turtle still up though right now. Nikto coming in, closing some distance, able to do some nice damage. Ashley with that real manipulation. She is going to get locked up though. Maul into that back line. Craxy taking a bit of damage. Nikto will take the Lord as Japanese gets the kill onto Craxy. New Wave once again making a bit of a comeback. Can't get the throw onto Gala, but will create space for Japanese to push in here.
Yeah, and the later it's... Oh, and Gala actually might be in trouble here. Gets closed down pretty quickly by Tamal and Nikto.
I mean, Tamal's making some nice plays right now. That first one, a little sus when he did the invade, but he is showing why we love watching him on this Jawhead. Definitely not as exciting as Wade. A nice way the dragon onto Nikto. Coming in, Craxy with the sniper shot. Isn't quite able to break that shield, and now Tamal re-engaging with that ejector. Not able to get the throw, though, but creates more space, and Tamal really just kind of hovering over Japanese lately.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to who can isolate the damage dealers here. We're starting to see New World starting to, I want to say, come ahead here a bit.
Yeah.
You can start seeing their presence on the map starting to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more forcing their will onto Insomniacs here. But here comes Foggy onto Ziggy. A lot of damage. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Yeah, and that's what they need to be careful for right there. We just saw a small glimpse of what Pogi is going to be doing in another minute or two, another 3 minutes. I mean, he's already doing Nikto, though, with this last Insanity. Will be not quite able to. We will get the finish, though, onto Ashley. Hate, a little overextended, also taken out from Japanese. New Wave also taking that tier 3 tower. 6-minute mark, and now they're pushing in hard.
Right, so you do see Insomniacs doing really well with their jungler Pogi on carry. However, it seems like his teammates can't catch up right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what is going on here? Nikto does take it, steals it. Neither of them had a retry, I guess. No one.
A little bit of tug of war over there for that blue. Come to who you love most. Come to who you love most. But yeah, like I said, it's gonna come down to Pocky is already starting to get pretty lethal on this carry, but it Isaiah was saying that it does kind of seem like the rest of the team is kind of all over the place right now. I think we're going to start seeing towards the mid to late game, we're going to start seeing the team a little bit more organized here, a little bit like right here, you see like a Yve go on with the ult, but the Craxy and Hate definitely not set up or in a position to actually capitalize off of it. But I think as we get into the later game, we're going to start seeing a little bit better engagements from Insomniacs with that real world manipulation and Carry being able to chase people down.
Hopefully. Hate coming in. Are we going to see a flicker play? They decide to leave Ziggy. Let's not chase him this game. The thing is I would say that, kind of like last game, I would say Insomniacs have a nice end game potential, which they do, but so does New Wave. Hate able to get the way of the dragon, but not get killed. No, the kill does get taken on from the mall, but Nikto now into the back line with that last insanity. Ziggy following up with that falling star moon, but Gala now chasing down. The sniper shot does not land, and all they can do is push them out of their jungle right now.
Yeah,
He did get a one-on-one trade, so it wasn't a bad team fight. However, you do see New Wave having more control of their Insomniac's jungle too.
Yeah, and you saw Gala chasing Nikto while in ult form with all the little baby blobs or whatever you want to call them. Oh god.
He bites the bullet that time. I don't think you can be the tanky Esmeralda when you're up against a carry like that. You got to slow down.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a learning experience for Ziggy right there. Well, like I was saying, like Gala's ult basically just got destroyed by Nikto while they were in chase there. So I mean, I think there's counters on both sides here for these, but it does seem that Poggy is starting to come online here.
Oh, what a nice way of the dragon onto Nikto, using the last insanity just to try to escape. He will get away here. Dog Tour coming in to help out. And while this is happening, we got Japanese in the bot lane, just chipping away at towers, just like last game. And New Wave just keeping control over the map. Have they lost this? They've lost one tower right now. This is definitely a rough position for Insomniacs once again.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like the macro is off. I feel like Insomniac's kind of, well, I mean, I don't want to say like afraid, but like, I mean, it's smart not to want to get caught out alone trying to push these lanes. Oh, and Ziggy goes down.
Blue team does take the Lord. New Wave able to secure it. Ziggy does pay the price, but they are able to get a major objective. And look at Dog Tour's burst damage onto Hate right there. I mean, we're only 10 minutes in, and I don't know. This is going to be I think the only opportunity that it's going to really come down to Pogi right now. He's like the only hope, I think, for Insomniacs. Craxy sitting at 1-3. It's going to be forever until he does any damage. It is a tough game for Insomniacs.
Right, and something that I want to point out is that Doctor, Sicilian, also Japanese on Flint. Those are like late game heroes. So for the fact that like they're carrying their team, they haven't died yet, it shows that they're going to get to late game, that they're going to show their maximized potential for late game.
Yeah, it's like they're already there almost, and we're only
exactly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it can't just be on Pogi here. Pogi is playing the game of his life right now, doing what he's supposed to.
Ooh, nice outplay, able to get the kill, but he is back, and Wave Dragon comes in. Nikto will go down finally, and in the backline, Gala able to walk on to Dog Tour, bring him back so that Craxy can get the double kill. But while this is happening, Ziggy takes that top tower, and New Wave just constantly making a play, even if they're losing somewhere else. Able to get the kill onto Craxy. Ziggy now being a menace to these members. A full bar of health with Gala on top of him, chasing down Ashley. Ashley trying to get away, gets the kill, even with Gala sitting on top of her right now. I mean,
basically have two members of Insomniacs trying to hold back Ziggy from getting to Ashley, and just dragging them along while he does and is able to get the kill on the Ashley.
It's like, just imagine you got this guy holding onto your shoulders, hitting you on the head, trying to stop you from beating up your friends. That's what's happening right now as Ziggy. Gala's just sitting on top of this Esmeralda like, no, no, no! And just not able to stop this Esmeralda at all.
Yeah, there, and I think this is the issue right now is the strength of the split pushers here is definitely in the favor of New Wave, because they are just able to take down these waves, take down these towers, and there just is not an answer on the side of Insomniacs, because every single time they get split off, the team is there, the team of New Wave is there to kind of make them pay for it.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like we're just kind of, we're kind of just biding time until the end, and New Wave doesn't seem to want to make any mistakes here. And, you know, like Isaiah pointed out, and like I pointed out, Dogtorn Japanese are still sitting here. Like, they have late game. Like, it doesn't matter how late game Carrie can be and who she can deal with. She's never going to be, even if she tears through that front line of Ziggy and takes him out, like we've seen a few times, like what might happen right here, you still have to worry about Dogtor firing shots at you. New Wave takes the second Lord. Gala, now a little overextended. The ejector does come on. No throw happens, but New Wave has this Lord. They're going to rotate around the map, sync up these waves, and possibly end the game here.
Yeah, I really haven't seen too many of these engagements where it felt like it was something that Insomniacs had planned, where Insomniacs wanted. It feels like a lot of these engagements were them on their back foot, not especially with a lot of these abilities going out. You just saw that Yve over there use that real world manipulation more of a defensive to help her team escape, and rarely have we been seeing this as part of an engagement on their part.
Right, that's something good that you pointed out. New Wave has been the one that has been making the plays, making the sets, and then you just have Insomniacs here just reacting towards it, which isn't the best way to play in these kind of mobile games.
And comes Ziggy with that Falling Star Moon, and even with that, Pogi trying to chip away, not quite able to. You know, I think if I hate to like call this game now because there always is the opportunity. We've seen some insane things this season, but I think the Esmeralda needs to become a ban. I think the Clint maybe needs to become a ban, possibly the Cillion. If Insomniacs want to get a game here, they need to change up what they're doing in the draft. Gala, overextended, will be taken out from Japanese. Hate going to that back line, does get the way of the Dragon on Japanese, but the damage just isn't there. You will get taken out, a double kill going to Japanese, and now the rest of TSU going to focus in onto this inhibitor, push forward, another wave coming down the mid. They're going to chip away at that too. Ashley does bring in the world manipulation to slow them down, but still just not enough. Two inhibitors down, all of New Wave coming in. Nikto with that last Asani into the back line to try to create space. The Nexus getting melted away, but no minions. They are going to focus in and try to end this. Can they do it? Yes, they do. New Wave takes game 2.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit a great victory by New Wave there, by the way, but I think we're seeing a little bit of the frustration in Insomniacs, the same type of frustration that we saw in Team Sexy in the last series, where they like even then you saw Cho dive in onto Japanese, but like the rest of the team wasn't there, and it's like, what was the plan? Like you're Tank Cho, you're not going to be able to burst down this Clint, so just easy pickings for Insomniacs right before that final push.
Right, and I'm surprised that New Wave even got to that, like the point that they scaled so early on. It didn't even go into late game. If anything, that was just mid game.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, we were saying like while the carry was kind of coming online there, it's
Right.
not. I felt like the rest of the team just was not on the same on the same note there. I mean, I don't think Pog could have done anything better there. He didn't surrender a single death to New Wave there, and it was able to actually burst down Ziggy, which was her point. But I felt like the team synergy on the side of Insomniacs just wasn't there, and especially not in the way that it was there for the New Wave. For New Wave.
All right, so do I need to say that there's going to be a sweep now? That way there's not?
So you're confident now that it's going to be a sweep, okay.
I don't want to say that, but it seems like you guys were right. When I say there's not going to be a sweep, there's a sweep. And right now, the way things are looking, New Wave is dominating. We're at 2-0. I mean, and there needs to, I swear to God, if Insomniacs doesn't change up their bans this game, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, we're at the playoffs. We're at the final stage, the grand finals. Insomniacs pulls the upset of the whole season and takes out Team Sexy. And now they're losing like this to New Wave.
Well, I'm wondering maybe if there's just, if they know something that we don't, there might be a reason that the bans are the way they are on their side. Maybe they've seen something from New Wave that they don't want to face the Masha, or I don't even remember what they banned in the last game, but they were pretty generic. Was it a Lilia on their side?
Lilia,
it was like just
Masha as well. It's just like the standard like bans that I've noticed for this match, this series at least.
Most definitely. I mean, let's see what Insomniacs does different here. They will have first pick, first ban here. They have the opportunity to try to take this long haul. Maybe we'll see a crazy reverse sweep. Maybe we'll see an insane 3-2 matchup. They really just playing it for the long haul here. Only time will tell. We're going to jump in to possibly the last game of the season.
Your team is banned.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing I know, it's that there needs to be an answer for Esmeralda. Whether that's a ban or
ban it. That's the answer.
Something.
You ban it. You
I did notice that
finally
on E did pick up anti-lifesteal, but
it's not enough.
Yes.
Esmeralda's a goddess. You can't deal with that. When she gets full items out, there's nothing to do against that.
Right.
Your team is banned.
Even though like Esmeralda did score like the lowest on New Wave, they did score silver. I feel like Esmeralda was still helpful in that team in that
definitely
round.
Just even with most of her deaths, every single time that she engaged or got killed, it seemed like New Wave had answered with taking another objective from them, and that's one of the big problems with New Wave on this Esmeralda. It's just what they're using her for, because even in the first match she wasn't really getting kills, which is why I'm like, I can understand why they didn't get anti-heal at first, because she was basically just there kind of throwing a little pokes in there and just harassing them a little bit, wasn't actually getting any kills on them. So I think they kind of had it in the back of their mind like, whatever, she's not really doing anything. But like as soon as you get to mid and to late game, she was just having such a huge effect, being able to kite all of them, or even like just wouldn't die, and especially in those last engagements with that falling star moon to set up for New World. And it looks like they're definitely not wanting to see.
There it is. You guys are talking while this is happening. Cecilion and Clint taken off the map. The Esmeralda's still up, but I got a feeling that might be the first pick for the side of Insomniacs here, changing it up. I mean, this is the opportunity. Everything's on the line. $2,700 on the line. All the hard work you've put into this whole season on the line. Yes, second place is good, but you don't want to go out this way. So I'm glad they brought in those bands. There it is.
Your team is picking.
And we're
That's
gonna
a great cooperative for the day.
yeah. I'm actually really eager to see, because like what they did, they went ahead and kept playing what worked for them until there was actually an answer on the side of Insomniacs. So and it looks like they're kind of dabbling over this Grok and Linux pick here, and it would be super unfortunate if even if New Wave, well, I guess not unfortunate, that's the wrong word, it is still able to dominate with another comp that they have in mind. It looks like they might actually be a little second guessing here. Stop it.
Your team
They pick up that X-Forge
They're
again.
sticking with the X-Forge, but I'm surprised that they didn't bother to lock in Lunox, even though like I don't think she's like a meta hero, but she is a good counter pick to Esmeralda.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just so aghast, right? Like, took back with how this is going right now, and I'm really Insomniacs better win this game. If they don't win this game, I don't know. It's gonna be a sad night for me. I'm just gonna go to my bed and go to sleep, and so I'm really hoping they bring in something. And this is these are the comps that they won against Team Sexy with. Like, where this been? Bring in the Ruby, lock in some of those picks that you've done so well with over the season. So hopefully they have something to turn this around here.
Yeah, and the Ruby can be I question sometimes the Ruby against people like the Xborg or the Grok, though. While it has been very helpful for them, my thing is when you ban completely against your opponents and what they've been doing here, especially when New Wave was completely unwilling to just even shake up their composition even slightly for the second game. I feel like they have something in mind when these heroes get banned out, because there's no way you expect to be able to play the same comp for 3 matches and be dominant. So like there's so that's my only concern. Yeah, but that's my only concern. And I think the biggest thing here is if New Wave sweeps Insomniacs, I'm just going to hold you personally responsible for it.
It's all my fault.
So yeah.
Your team is there.
If they sweep it, they deserve it. I do actually picking up this Lilia Japanese, forced to go on to the Beatrix instead of the Clint. It's still a solid pick. We've seen how nice Beatrix can be. In come some of these bans. New Wave, fine, you don't want to pick up that gold laner and you want to ban Clint, we're going to pick up the Beatrix and ban out Popo. My guess is they might even take out the Brody next.
Team is banning.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of have the same game plan here, just different heroes. I feel like you're going to have this backline. They're going to probably pick up somebody else, another long-range backline for the side of New Wave here. And then they're just going to have that front line of Nikto and Tamal until these guys scale up again.
Oh, they decided to focus on Pogi and take off that Lancelot. Praxi, does he pick up the Brody here? Does he go for something a little different? I think the Brody wouldn't be a horrible pick. I'm just wondering, does he go for a marksman or does he lock in like the... I think if he can't go for like a Lunox here, there's just too much magic damage already on the side of Insomniacs. Yeah. I feel like Brody really is the only choice he has.
Yeah,
Your team is picking.
yeah, your guess is as good as mine here. I guess we're about to see what they get on the side of New Wave here for that long range, and then I guess for their mid as well. Or no, their mid and jungler. Wait, no, they already... man, I'm losing it right now.
It's late, bro. It's late. Yeah. I get it.
Because I know Tamal is going to be their roam, so that... and we have...
he hasn't had to go to a third game in like 2 weeks because it's all been sweeps, so... He's getting a little crazy as we move into this late game. Interesting. Kaja. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Kaja at the moment. It takes a little bit of finesse. We did see Team Sexy kind of utilize that Grok wall to kind of lock away the enemy team while Kaja went in and was able to lock them down with his ult and dash them backwards. So maybe we might see that. That might be the plan here. But like I said, I'm not really... just Kaja's range can usually be such a huge hindrance.
But I feel like Kaja does a really good job against Esmeralda. That range does a good job poking your enemies, and since Esmeralda does have like limited range against Kaja, I think Kaja might win lane. However, you are using a non-meta hero against a meta hero in EXP lane.
Hold on. Jungle Harith.
I've been seeing it a lot more lately this season.
Is it? I mean, I know he's been getting the buffs, and I've been questioning. I've been like asking players, like, anyone been running Jungle Harith, or anyone been running, a lot more gold lane Harith than what we used to see? And right now, Pogi bringing in this Jungle Harith. And they also have two bulky offlaners. Paquito gonna be in the XP lane here, I'm guessing, unless they make a last-minute decision or something to put Ashley into the gold lane here. I don't know exactly what the plan is. And Ziggy answering back with the Alice pick. This is definitely an interesting draft from both sides.
Yeah, and that's what makes things interesting. Like I always love to see new non-meta heroes chosen in the league because it does make the match, it does make casting a lot more interesting. So I'm excited to see where this goes, especially since this could be the last game for the season.
This could be.
Yeah. I have seen the gold lane Harith. I haven't seen the jungle Harith since
M1
since season.
since the first world championship.
Yeah, so I'm
time.
wondering how. Yeah, it has. I'm wondering how well this is going to do, or what the thought process of what Harith counters here. Maybe to get behind the X-Borg, or I guess we're going to find out here.
I mean,
Oh, it looks like.
can definitely dash around a little bit. Gala getting brought kind of low here. Needs to try to get away. Coming back as Ashley also comes to back them up. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen. It's hard for you to say, like, do they have any early game advantage here? Harith will have some late game opportunity, but I'm wondering how the real damage output is going to be from the side of Insomniacs when we get close to that 10-minute mark.
Right, not only
Well,
that, but like Priv8 does a really good job exiting the game, especially since their comp is for late game right now. So I'm kind of excited to see if they are able, if Insomniacs is even able to capture the early game advantage here.
I think the only real early game that they have is Ashley
Lilia?
and Cracks. Yeah, Lilia, and that Paquito damage can be pretty crazy, but that's kind of yeah. See, in Japanese, kind of wisely just dancing around here and still putting a decent amount of damage by getting lured in.
Here comes Pogi, though, with that ultimate. Japanese forced to use the flicker, getting to the front of this tower, but this isn't the position. Hate's gonna lock you up. Craxy does miss the left jab, but Pogi able to get the kill. Tamal and Dogtor opting to not engage this fight. This isn't where they want to take it.
Yeah, and now they are starting to put a lot more pressure onto that gold lane. Definitely not wanting to see Japanese scale anymore, especially with what they had to go through in the last fight. It looks like Gala actually might be in trouble here.
Yeah, the last Insanity able to finish him off, and with Gala out, does Insomniacs want to contest for this turtle here?
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of dancing around the possibility here. Harith is picking up that blue buff first because it's... Oh, wow. Yeah, see, and then that early damage by Craxy is just absolutely debilitating there. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and pick up this turtle on the side of Insomniacs here.
Game 4, question mark? Game
Yeah.
4?
I think it's too early to call.
It's a little too early to call.
Especially coming from T-Rex. We know better.
You're right, I'll stop talking, my bad.
At this point.
Craxy, though, putting some nice pressure on a Japanese. She does bring out the shotgun, decides to bring it back, but look at Hate and Ashley sitting in the bush. Ashley coming back a little bit, but Hate sticking around, wanting to help out Craxy if things get tough. Ashley also following in. Japanese doing a little bit of burst damage. Hate decides not to use that I'm offended yet. Decides to back off. So I like the patience we're seeing, I like the patience from Insomniacs right now, especially from Hate, and just some of the players, and the same thing from New Wave, deciding when and where they want to take these big fights.
Yeah, I don't know. For right now, it does seem like it's kind of sliding in the side of Insomniacs here, especially with these engagements and the aggression that they're able to throw out. But once Ziggy starts coming online on that Alice, and once Japanese starts getting that damage in, and even Dogtor, I'm actually wanted to check out what build he's going for. If he's going more for like that support build that we've seen on a Kaja, or for that damage with the Twin Blades and the Reaper. I'll check that out. But yeah, I think late game this might be a different story for them. Oh yeah, definitely going with that damage build, that one hitter build on the Kaja.
Not only that, I mean, so do you think with the side of Insomniacs having so much magic output, so much magic damage, that could end up being a downfall for them, though?
Good. especially since they do a lot of continuous damage. So all they gotta do is just build radiant armor.
Well, you're gonna have to have somebody tank it out because that's the problem with this magic damage. If you got burst, and once you're done with that little bit of burst that you have, you're kind of like just sitting there. And like Exai was saying, like on the side of a New Wave, you have continuous damage on the side of Japanese and Nikto, so it's gonna be an interesting fight here.
You know, but so far, I mean, one thing they do have, they have this Esmeralda, and there's not a whole lot of answer to that for the side of New Wave. A bit of an engage here. Gala pushing them back. A trade in the towers, but overall Insomniacs does get that turtle, and they climb. They're finally hitting that a little over 1,000k gold lead on the side of Insomniacs. They seem to be playing better than what we've seen before. Pogi coming in, he wants his kill, trying to close the distance, able to get it, but now he's up against the wall, gonna get dragged in with that Divine Judgment under the tower and taking out Gala, now into the back line with that Falling Star Moon, trying to get something but not quite able to.
Yeah, and they're gonna have, as long like we were talking about before, the first game they had the lead, they were able to pretty much push in even with a Lord, but they got baited out by Ziggy on that Esmeralda. So maybe the things are going to work out different here, where they are going to be able to keep and hold on to this lead with that Lord push.
Most definitely. I mean, they are playing a nice game. They've taken 3 towers already, and it's not like just the core's doing well. You got Craxing the bottom, handling Japanese on this Beatrix. Japanese seen at 1 and 2, probably one of the worst starts we've seen from him this whole playoffs.
Right.
So I mean, overall, Insomniacs seem to have control of the game, which they haven't. You know, the first game they did have a nice early game. So do you think we may see a replay of game 1? Does New Wave have the end game, have a better end game that they can rely on?
I actually do think that Insomniacs do have a really good early game. They always control, well, considering like we've just went through game 1, they did control early game. However, they lost that momentum, and New Wave was able to elongate that game into late game.
Yeah, we do have a
little bit of
engagement. Hate taking some damage, does get some of the lifesteal. The last Insanity takes out Hate and Pogi. Now he's going to focus in on to Ashley, but Craxy coming in the back, able to get that left jab onto Nikto and get the kill. But while this is happening, Ashley picked off in the back line from that Alice. Gala continuing to harass on its Maul in Japanese, but don't overstay your welcome. Back off. And I don't think you want to try to even go for this turtle right now, right?
I don't think yet. It's that fight kind of was almost even for both sides there. It did look like at first New Wave did have the advantage there, but very quickly Insomniac's able to answer back with that Poquito and took down Nikto very quickly. It's been a lot of back and forth, and it's really hard to tell right now. I don't think either team, even with the 2K gold lead, actually has a real advantage yet.
It's still too early to tell, especially with the gold and also the kills. However, New Wave, they do have a few towers down.
Yeah, I mean...
Yep, and you can see up at the top, Alice going ahead and pushing that top tower. Esmeralda trying to answer quickly.
Looks like they're going to be able to take this turtle, though. Pretty uncontested. Ashley able to zone them away. And New Wave knowing they don't want to press too hard. They want to just try to maybe buy some more time. And I know earlier... Hold on a second. Ziggy a little low on health here. We'll be able to flicker out of this. Tamal coming to back up, but the rest of the team coming in. Hate keeping tabs. And so earlier you mentioned that New Wave has a nice end game, Exia. But you know, I just think that the composition of Insomniacs is a nice composition to stay spread out. You know, they don't really need to run too close together. So I just feel like Ziggy on this Alice isn't going to be too detrimental. It's going to be hard for her to make a big set. It's going to be hard for them to really group them up to where Japanese can be useful. And I think as long as Insomniacs can play their compositions correctly, like the way their composition when they're hitting a 5 versus 5, the way they position themselves in these fights, they can definitely come out on top in this game.
And I totally agree with you with that. I think you did mention, I mean, that's a good idea, especially with Craxy with the mobility. Esmeralda being able to escape team fights easily, they are spread out. It would be a lot harder for Ziggy to even have that. It'll be hard for them to even have a group for Ziggy to even engage with Alice. However, they are like game heroes, so like they might do like maybe that's not what they need. Maybe they just need to pick off like a one or two damage heroes, and then they'll be fine.
Yeah. They do have Dogpony Kaja who can get in and maybe make that happen, you know. I think the Harith right now is the target. You're not going to be able to take down Ashley in one shot because of those black shoes.
Right.
So like the Harith and the Paquito? Or do you try to take out the tanky front line?
The Paquito has been the flank on them this whole game, and I feel like as we start getting more to the late game, more into team fights here, I think you're going to start seeing a little bit is where New Wave's comp shines, especially when Harith decides to go in there, because they're going to have to close ranks if Kaja can snatch on the Harith. Insomniacs are going to have to try to close ranks on him, and that's where Ziggy's going to shine here. So I guess we're going to see it. Just have Craxy just waiting.
Yeah, I know, just sitting here
for
like
somebody.
Nope, I don't need to do anything. This is my job. Sit here and wait for the play. And they're gonna walk right into him.
That's like how you should be playing as an EXP laner, trying to pick off the back line. So Craxy on Paquito, he's doing his job. He's fine. You don't have to worry about him.
Especially when you're ahead like this, and I like, you know, he's just freezing this lane. He knows he doesn't need to get gold right now. He's got the advantage. That's not who you want to walk in your base. All three of them are in your base. So he's gonna flicker away. But just Insomniac's playing smart, you know, freezing up the lanes, keeping it steady. They want New Wave to come to them. Gala does get hit by that Divine Judgment, but the damage just isn't there. Ziggy trying to do something to that back line, but not quite able to lock anyone down. Does use that Winter Truncheon. Finally getting a bit of a play onto Hate Nikto with that Blast Insanity, but not able to make the connection. Craxy re-engaging, does get the pick onto Nikto. Now Dogpool with the Divine Judgment onto Gala, still not able to finish it. Japanese clearing the wave to bide a little bit more time, but Insomniacs are going to roll over to the mid and take this tower.
And they're ready to even take Lord too. Yes, they did lose one member on New Wave. However, that kind of costed them the Lord too.
Blue team has slain the Lord.
True.
Yeah, and they already picked up this Lord now, and the wave crashing here at bottom. I felt like, unfortunately, New Wave played that perfectly, but just did not have the damage to bring down Insomniacs. And that might be like, unless, I'm trying to look at the items here now. Yeah, there's only one item per on Alice and Dogtor here. So, I mean, they're going to have to push this out pretty late to be able to have this go in their favor, because right now these team fights are just not going for New Wave here. And yeah, we do have a on the side of okay, so
something I want to point out was that the side of Insomniacs, they already did pick up 3 Dominance Eyes.
I was gonna say that. I was like, you should be happy.
Which is perfect, right? Like they did not do that last game, so they have learned their lesson. They're prepared this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's another pick for Craxy, another kill going into his pocket, putting him at 3-1-3. But yeah, they definitely maybe learned from their mistakes. This time, almost all of them have Dominance Ice instead of one of them. So hopefully, whether that's the thing that's making a distance, whether this their overall gameplay, but it's probably a little bit of everything. We're definitely seeing a very different game than what we saw the first 2 times. Playing well when they're in the lead here, and I like to see this, and I got a feeling we might just see game 4 here.
Yeah,
Game 4?
Game 5?
Game 5?
This is kind of like shades of what you guys were talking about before, that this comp really kind of lends itself to being spread out, in that every single time New Wave goes to engage on them, they're kind of only engaging on 2 or 3 members of it. Right. And by the time they're done with using their abilities, you have that Craxy coming in from the side, pretty much finishing off what was started in the middle there. So it's coming down to, like, they're losing to a strat that I think they were doing here in the second and first game, where they're trying to group up here, but they're allowing the enemy, they're allowing Insomniacs to go ahead and split push here and get, like, and pretty much keep these waves in their favor. Like, we can see that this wave is about to crash up top, and this is going to probably be a perfect opportunity for Insomniacs to go ahead and try to either push onto this Lord or start an engagement here at their blue.
Yeah, I mean, Lord is coming up, so this is like, they've been freezing lanes the whole time, but this is the point when you want to push that opposite lane in a little bit. So again, just nice macro control over the map from Insomniacs, knowing like, okay, we want to contest Lord soon. Let's really push in these waves, so they have to make a decision. You know, do you clear or do you come in? But a nice conceal play coming from Jamal. Hate responds with one of his own. Are we gonna try to see the steal here? Gala keeping them at bay as Pogi works away onto this Lord, and it looks like New Wave is gonna back off here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Gala pretty much doing what Ziggy was to them the first 2 games.
Yep.
It just completely zoning out the entire team there. Just so tanky right now. Even with anti-heal, he's just a menace, and unfortunately, I think this is going to need to be a ban, like, because honestly, your answer right now is not coping well with the Esmeralda pick.
Yeah, I don't think they expect, you know, maybe TSU thought they could handle the Esmeralda, but right now it definitely seems to be a very deciding matter in these games. Lord, though, barreling down this bottom lane with a wave of minions at the top and the middle. A beautiful sync from the side of Insomniacs, and they are all closing in as a unit. Inhibitors are getting broken down. The middle and the bottom are taken out. The rest of Insomniacs still biding their time, not wanting to over-engage as Gala and Hate caught up by this wall. A nice come in from Ziggy, a flicker, getting the lock-in. In comes Last Insanity, doing some damage. Pogi taken out. Hate may just be next. Nikto pushing forward, able to get the double kill. Craxy now on the run. And this, they had to bottleneck into that middle, and that was the moment that Ziggy saw. That's where that Alice came into clutch, when they were grouped up, and they were able to make a big play to where New Wave kind of buys themselves some more time here.
Gala almost getting bursted down there. I think they're actually going to be able to go ahead and take down this mid tower as well. But on the side here, from the flank, we see Paquito coming in, and he's just been... These are the types of Paquitos I hate.
The ones
my
that
matches.
The ones that just camp in the mid.
Yeah, there's a fight going. Those dastardly bush campers.
Right, but like that was a really good gameplay from Alice, from Ziggy. That was definitely the perfect set for an Alice to go in. What was that, like 4 people? 4 heroes? I don't know, but that was like exactly what Ziggy needed to engage with an Alice.
And I mean, he waited for the perfect timing, right when they, right when they had to come into that small space in between. The wall came up from Grok. Ziggy comes in, gets it, and then flickers past the wall when they all think they're safe. And then Nikto just perfectly times it also with the Last Insanity to make sure they output as much DPS as possible. So that's the opportunity for New Wave. That, yes, there's still a huge gold deficit, but they are able to put themselves back into this game a little bit and give themselves a little more time.
Right, so you do see Lord coming up in 25 seconds. They are setting up for that. However, you do see Paquito out there.
Divine Judgment locks on Ashley. No time for black shoes for you. Now they're going to push in. Pogi uses that ultimate as Gala creates the space per usual, but they are going to be forced back off. Ashley is out, and I don't think Insomniacs want to try to take this fight with a man down, and it's a 30-second death counter as we go into the 19th minute of this game. Up in the top, Gala trying to clear this wave, but I don't think you want to do this alone. You're not as tanky as you were with Dogtor and Nikto outputting a bit more damage.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're not really actually. New Wave is not actually able to make anything happen with that pickoff. Oh, Dogtor.
Shredded down. Gala chasing it, but Hate will bite the bullet. Nikto able to get the kill. Gala does secure one herself on to Dogtor, but now Gala's on the run, and it looks like New Wave still decides not to go for this Lord just yet.
I feel like that would have been like a perfect opportunity for them to take Lord. However, Harris is up with the red tree, so maybe not.
Yeah, I'm kind of hesitant to say whether you should or shouldn't have gone for the Lord there, just because of Harith. It's one thing to have him down and then have a 5v4. Oh, and it looks like Gal's gonna go in.
Gala finally being taken off the map. Harith sets down that ultimate, dashes around a little bit. It just slows everyone down as you're taking shots. He has the mobility to, similar to some other heroes like a Lance or a Ling, he does have the mobility to pull off a nice Lord steal.
Yeah, and the only thing is okay, Nikto might be in trouble here.
Yeah, I think he is. I don't think there's any idea. Oh, not able to get it. Now he's gonna get suppressed. Pogi may go down here, still does have that immortality. Look at that health bar. I mean, these are the moments when it matters, and both teams definitely giving it their best.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I mean, it's just they're just jockeying for a position right now. Neither team able to actually get a good fight or a good enough engagement on the enemy team to where they actually feel confident in taking this Lord. And now, I think, yeah.
You on your edge of your seat there, man? You little.
Well, I'm just wondering what the.
Wait for a mistake.
Basically that's it. The only mistake I can see though is that Paquito is constantly kind of camping the bush away from his team. So if you do want that engagement, you're not going to have to worry about him if you can get them down quickly, and that's going to come down to focusing a target, focusing down Harith, focusing down Lilia, and not kind of taking that bait from the Ruby or the Esmeralda.
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of like I feel like Insomniac's really opting to go for macro. They are finally deciding to close in on this Lore. Ashley using those black shoes a little bit early. Dogtor with the flicker in. They do get the kill onto Ashley, and members are still up on the side. Finally, Nikto going down, but the immortality is popped, and he's going to have that passive to get out of this quite safely. They're not able to chase down. Gala also using the immortality, but in comes Craxy, finally able to get a kill onto Japanese. It's a 2-for-1 trade in to the side of Insomniac, so now they're going to roll back and focus in on this Lord finally.
Yeah, and every single time you think you have the advantage there, Insomniac's able to answer back. You have Craxy coming in with that Paquito, able to put in a ton of damage, making short work of Japanese here. Oh, but it looks like they actually might come in and contest this.
I'm wondering, are we going to see the big play from Ziggy?
I think it would be really hard for them to even contest that, especially since they're
Insanity, forcing Pogi out. And they do take it. Nikto able to take the Lord. The Winter Truncheon does come up from Gala, but down goes Ziggy. 3 members down. Ziggy with a huge death counter. Yes, the inhibitors are still up on Insomniacs, and I got a feeling they can melt down this Lord. We may be seeing a 25 to 27 minute game here.
Yeah. The only thing that this Lord did, especially when you took those 2 deaths, the only thing that this Lord is doing right now is going to give them a little bit of breathing room to kind of recuperate and I guess readjust what your plan is going to be here, because right now they are just having trouble bringing down or even getting toward the back line. You have that Lilia, Ashley is able to come in and bait out a lot of abilities before she activates her black shoes, and then okay, so looks like we might actually have an engagement here at the mid.
Yeah, the Lord is getting melted down. Hate coming in, walks right into Dogtor. Antimal, but a nice I'm offended, but it's just not enough. Harris gets melted down. The immortality comes up, but still going down. Ziggy with the death counter still up, but that's a 60-second death counter for Pogi. The Lord will be taken out here. Gala coming into this back line, but the damage from Nikto right now, that true damage does wonders against Esmeralda as Japanese gets a kill. Ashley is next. New Wave pushing forward with a wave of minions down the middle. Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy into the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counters are just too high, and New Wave takes the championships.
Man, so up until Lord, Insomniacs did have control of that game. However, like,
Victory!
New Wave did steal that Lord. That changed everything. Everything.
Well, and it doesn't even seem like the Lord would have had that big of an impact.
Right.
It was just that it forced Insomniacs to have to meet them in the mid as a group.
They shouldn't have
and
met
I
in the
think
mid.
that's New Wave just had the advantage when it came to the whole team fight. Harith went down so quickly, and then from there on, they was just picking off them. Even Paquito, even Crixie on that, Paquito wasn't able to kind of like cover down and get there fast, or be able to pick off them fast enough. Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
an amazing game.
yeah, 3-0
Imagine a
sweep
sweep
going to
in the
New
finals.
Waves. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. We've seen it in much bigger stages. So, I mean, you can't completely clown it out. New Wave brings their A game and takes the season. I mean, it's well-deserved. It's well-deserved.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
And
And,
not
like,
only that, but with the X-Borg jungle carrying them through these final playoffs, I mean, really just falling into that and making it work so well.
right, not only that, but like securing the finals, securing the win, like they can probably show off their new brand, the New Waves.
Yeah, they brought a new wave.
New Wave.
I've
You met a new wave?
trying not to laugh as all of these NW things have been coming into the chat. I don't know if you guys haven't seen them, but people have been like, new wife, new wonder, new this, new wolves. Everyone's been running different NW things, and it's new weaves for this.
I like New Weaves.
Hey man, but you can't count them out. They take this win. They take the championships. I mean, just wonderful gameplay. Insomniacs, though, second place, man. They did a great job. They did come in. Yes, they get swept, but they have the upset of the season, beating Team Sexy to make sure they at least walk away with some prize money for that second place position. I mean, it was all sweeps, but it was still one hell of a night.
Yeah, especially that last match. I honestly had no idea how New Wave was actually going to be able to come back, because it seemed like every single engagement was just the same thing. They'd get one easy kill off, and then the rest of their team would be punished for it. Craxy would be able to come in through the back line, but yeah, it just an awesome gameplay by New Wave here. It just a dominating performance here at the playoffs. I don't even know what else to say. It's just there's only so much you can say of how good a team was and how good that they represented here, and it's just baffling, especially with how they did toward the end of the season. Kind of had the little hiccups, and then in the playoffs just turned it all the way to 110%.
Right, so they did take advantage of the playoffs, testing new metas, testing not new heroes, but heroes that we don't see often in the league, and they finally got to show that off in the finals, and it was a well-deserved win. They did win NACT, correct, for the first season?
Yeah, well, no, so they got top 4 in the first season of the NASL.
Okay.
Then they went on and won the North American Community Tournament Christmas season, and now they have rose to the top of this season too. I mean, definitely a team to keep our eyes on. So I'm excited for it. Some people are asking if they're going to be joining the NACT. Unfortunately, they will not. Trust me, I've been battling to get them in. But Moonton wants there to only be USA and Canadian teams. So there will be no Mexico teams for the NACT, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
I mean, but the thing is they have... You gotta think. So, New Wave has Ligue of Latam that they're gonna be competing in soon. Like, they have plenty of events going on down there. We are gonna see if we're gonna be able to do an interview with the champs real fast. So, give me 1 second. If you guys want to join me over in the Talk and Chill in my Discord.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So, I mean, we know we're probably just going to be talking to B Gamer here. Not a whole lot of English on the side of TSU. I remember during the NACT, me and Ben were like talking to them. Ben knows a little bit of Spanish, but I gotta give it up to them, man. And I honestly thought they were gonna, I'm not gonna lie, after the end of the season last time, I had a feeling that they might just flop in the playoffs. So the fact that they just completely swept through the playoffs like that is just unbelievable.
Don't you know better to even make these kind of predictions by now?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I totally just sent a message to them in the wrong chat. So yeah, I'll never ever call a game again like that. I will never ever do that because I totally jinxed the whole night and all we saw was sweeps. So hopefully in the future we see some different things. But honestly, I gotta give it up to like all of the, you know, I said it earlier, but I gotta give it up to all the teams, man. We had an awesome season. Yes, we had some dropouts. We started off with 14, we ended with 10 teams. 4 teams dropped out of the league, but I mean, we've really been weeding through on who wants to play and who continues to play. Anything from you guys?
The big props to the teams who actually stuck it through, and even if the matches didn't really go in their favor, and it's all about getting that experience here, especially against teams of this caliber, and being able to learn things from them in these losses, and even especially with the playoffs, this showed us anything. It's like none of these teams are invincible, no matter what you see in the league or beforehand. None of these teams are like the end-all be-all, as we saw here, as Team Sexy got swept, probably
twice.
Yeah, probably the top. The top. Hello.
All right, B Gamer. We do have TSU in the chat now. B Gamer, how you feeling, man? How's the team feeling?
So many emotions, bro. They are screaming like all the cause. We are excited, bro. We work for this, so.
I know you guys do. I know you guys are probably one of the hardest working teams over here in North America. You guys have stuck through this, you know, thick and thin. You keep the same 5-man. You've been running it. How about that last game, though, man? I'm not going to lie. All 3 of us casters felt like it was going to game 4, and you guys just end up securing the deal and making it a full 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, in the draft, when it ends, we already know that Insomniacs have a lot of early game, and the key from that match was that we know that if we can reach like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we're gonna win anyways. So we don't get like crazy, and we try to still waiting for the mistakes of the enemy. That's all.
You guys did that so well. You did it in the first game also. All 3 of us were talking about the Clint and the Sicilian and how all you had to do was buy time. And that's something you guys did really well in this final series, was just, you know, bide your time. And then when the second game came in and they still didn't ban the Sicilian or the Clint, that's one of the reasons I thought they were going to take game 3, because they finally kind of learned from their drafting mistakes and started banning out those late games, but it still just didn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, we already know that advance will came true, like the Sicilian or Clean, because we feel a lot comfortable on that picks. And yeah, we work all day trying new heroes to prove, to don't get I don't know how to say it.
It's all right. Emily or Exia, any questions from you?
But like, I just wanted to congratulate you guys on like bringing your A game. I know that you guys did tell T-Rex that you guys were kind of falling off in the playoffs with the new picks for the league. However, that was good practice because you guys did show a good job. You guys did show that like, I guess that A game at finals, and like I think it's a well-deserved win. Out of all the teams, there are a lot of good teams in this league this season. However, that was a good sweep for you guys, so that's something that you guys should be extremely proud of.
We're proud of that. We think about the of regularity of our team during the season, because we lost like 3 or 4 games in a sweep to 0. And that losses only make us to learn how to lose, because we need to know how to lose to improve yourself. And yeah, we already know that we have the spot on the playoffs, so we don't get intense for trying to win in a normal season game, because the only that matters is that you can win in all the playoffs.
All right. So a lot of people are asking in the chat right now, why the new name, New Wave?
Oh, the new name is because we are branding our new perspective of our team, not because we don't like TCU. We love TCU. By the way, I want to cheers to the owner of TCU, that is Oni. He always get us the best situations to play, and we are grateful to him. But it's only for renovation. That's all.
All right, I like it. I mean, the chat likes it. The people like it. It's, you definitely caught me a little off guard when you sent me all the new logos the day before the finals. But we made it work, and I think it was definitely, in a sense, it was a good time to do it. You made a big statement to the world with this new team name. That just because of a little renovation doesn't mean you're still not going to take home wins. And you guys did that. Any questions from you, Private?
I was actually just kind of curious. First of all, congratulations, guys. Just an absolutely dominating performance here. But I was wondering, was there a different mindset going into these playoffs than at the end of the league? Like, I know that we had just come with a new patch, and there was some experimenting apparently going on with the characters or the compositions that you guys wanted to do. Was there a different mindset that you had going into the playoffs, or was it just more confidence in what you could bring to the playoffs rather than what you had during the league?
Yeah, for sure. We feel comfortable and confident because we're not afraid to play random heroes to get the most advantages on the game. So that makes New Wave so dangerous.
Yes, it does.
Most definitely. I think, congratulations, guys. You take home the win. Definitely an epic finish, a 3-0 sweep. Anything from you guys, Tamal, Ziggy, any last dog tour, B-Gamer, any final parting words from y'all?
Yeah, let me tell them. Que si quieren...
Yo.
Okay. Japanese want to talk? And I'll the team.
I
So
just
this
have
is
to say
Japanese,
something
right?
to...
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just have to say something to all the teams out there. Like, stop being selfish, like the players, because every tournament there is new player on the teams, and that takes a lot of time to build this energy, and nobody like stays in the same team every tournament, and that's bad for the competitive scene. If you want to play this game on this like this. So that's all for the teams, and I just want to give a big shout out to my girlfriend. That is Isis. I love you, Isis. Amo, and that's it.
I love it. I love it, man. I think we had a girlfriend shout out last time you guys won the NACT also. But I love it, man. Keep it true. And that is so true, you know, for I couldn't say it better myself. There's definitely needs to be some rising up of some players and some teams and to keep it together. Anything from anyone else?
Yeah.
I have to say something too.
Hold on. Let me turn you up, Ziggy. You're very quiet.
Yes.
Te escuchas muy bajo, Sigi.
Now I hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta say something to all the people watching us from the stream. Very thank you for the support, and we are going to M4.
Okay. Big,
That's
big words. Big
Love
words.
it.
GG's. And I know you. I've talked to Big Gamer. I know that's the plan. Get to M4 this year. Let's just put it this way. Let's say we had a USA team go and you guys also win. It would be hard for me to choose who to root on. Definitely, you guys have definitely made me a fan of you guys, and I'm excited to see where it all goes.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we are going to call it at that. Thank you guys for joining us for the interview. We will definitely talk after this. And I'm excited for the future. The season coming to a close. It has been a hell of a season. It is definitely, we've had our hiccups with teams dropping. We've had our issues. We had some things we learned from in season 1, and now we've had some things we learned from for season 2. And let me just say one thing. There will be a season 3. I can promise you that. We've been building casters. We've been building teams. We've been working hard for North America. So I'm excited for season 3. I'm excited for the events to come. So make sure you guys stay tuned in. Any last words from Priv8 or Exia?
I'm just happy that I even witnessed that finals. I didn't see that I wasn't going to cast for NASL anymore. However, I'm really happy that I decided to come back and cast, because that was a phenomenal job for New Wave to even capture that win easily.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. Congratulations to all the teams, especially New Wave. Thank you to the viewers and all the sponsors that made this possible, and T-Rex for letting me cast and sit in on some of these amazing matches. It's been an experience.
It's been an honor to have you guys. It's been an honor to have all the casters. It's been amazing to see, people rise up who want to cast, and people, I just feel like not only the teams, not only players, but just the community in general is definitely coming, rising up and doing what needs to be done over here. Whether we have the support of Moonton or whether we have the support of huge streamers or content creators, we are making a statement ourselves by coming together and doing this. So thank you everyone who has supported. Thank you all who have subscribed to the channel, shared the channel,